Good morning. Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Hi.
Hi there. Hold on. I'm having a slight technical, well, not a malfunction, but my mouse isn't connected to the right computer. And my other one is we're not working. So I need to move it from one computer to the other. Because yes, I'm finally working on my new computer. My mouse is still set on the other one. Connect. Okay. Oh, good. Is? Nope. Still not working, huh? That's really not good.
I get the Bluetooth part isn't working.
No, it's just that my same mouse. Let me try.
You need a new mouse. You have an old mouse.
Um, no, I had my mouse connected to the other computer, and when I try to connect it to this one, I thought it was my mouse. I have two. I thought it was my mouse that wasn't working, but now I brought the working one from the other one to this one, and it's still not working. So it's more like something's wrong with the Bluetooth on this computer, huh? Ouch.
Sounds
That I wasn't
sounds like a
expecting.
sounds like a restart.
Did the other, well, this is weird. Okay, one more attempt while people are coming in. I'm actually going to turn this one off again, reconnect it to this one. Okay, and let's see. No. Okay, I'll use my finger thingy for now, which I hate for Photoshop, but I can connect my Wacom tablet to it. It's just that it's not connected right now, and that's the Wacom tablet right now is connected to a different computer. Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I wasn't expecting that this would connect. Then, been having technical stuff going on the last few days with my different, um, anyway, no big deal, but okay, let's try that. And am I connected? No. Wow. Okay. You know what? I'll continue with my touchpad if that's all I can do for now, but that's not fun. I've been having so many things. Oh, yes, it's finally working. I had to connect it by cable. Okay. Yay. My little Wacom pad is working. It's just the Bluetooth wasn't picking it up. Something's up with my Bluetooth. Okay. Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. I'm here. Hi, Jacob. Hi,
Mm.
Moni. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Gerard. Hi, Shamuel. Hi, Mike. Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Mary Ellen. And hi, Karen. Nice to see you guys. All right. Thank you. I noticed that some of you guys signed up for the Monday, Wednesday class, and some of you might have signed up to take it, and some of you might have signed up to, you know, uh, respond to my to my emergency call. Um, Either way, if you can make it even a little bit, of course, that's great. And if you can't, then there's recordings if you want to at some point, but just let me kind of know later how it is for you so I won't
Do,
bug
do
you
you
with
do,
emails.
do you still need students to make the number?
I need two more. I haven't checked this morning. I was at 16, and if I have 17, I think they'll let it run.
Because if yeah,
Um,
I could sign up, but I know that Monday, Wednesday is really tough for me. But
Yeah, I'm at 16,
if it
and if I'm at 18, I highly doubt they'll not let it run. So if you could, yes, that would be great.
okay,
Um,
I'll make a note of that and just sign up.
they they're make normally they would have made the decision already, but they happen to be out at a conference. I have a feeling they'll give me to today or at least this morning. I don't know, but here's the code, the CRN. I just sent it there.
I can send
Oh,
it
Um,
to you, but
email or oh,
sorry.
45064. What did you say? Somebody said something?
Oh, it's Moni. I can sign up for it, but I am teaching during those times, so I won't be able to make it to the class.
Yeah, so
But
ideally, of course, I'd
okay.
love everyone who signs up to be able to take it, but I am beyond ideal right now. I don't want 16 people to be without a class. If a few more of you could sign up.
Yeah,
But
and
you
I'll sign up for insurance, but I can't make it either, but to
okay,
give you a little leeway.
thank you. Um, the thing is that it's that yeah. I don't know. It's such a weird line in between having, yeah, never mind. Um, let's see. But if you are truly not gonna be, taking it, then let me know, and then I don't need to bug you with the emails every Monday and Wednesday, because I just won't put you on the list that receives the Monday and Wednesday emails. You know what I mean, with a link.
Hmm.
But if you can every now and then make it, um, and other times watch the recording or whatever, remember that what I'm going to do is go through different stuff. Okay. And this is talking, I think Shamuel who had asked at the beginning or something like that. Um, you might notice that, and I'm going to continue with that today, that this class I've been doing a lot of different, like um, a lot of the extra tools that they've had that I haven't been covering a lot, and I haven't been doing a lot of the traditional material, and it depended upon who was here, right? And yes, a lot there are some new students in the list of who's in the new class. But there's a lot of people who I know. And so the question is how many of those are signing up? Because I asked them how many am I going to take it? And then depending on that, on the first day, how I'm going to direct the tools. I know what I want to teach, and then it depends on that and what level I direct the tools and stuff like that. So the more people who have been in my classes before, the more it skews towards new stuff, like this class, right? Where really Shamuel um, was one of the newer ones. Well, Karen, you'd been but the rest of you guys had been on enough more classes, and so then that skews in this direction. Does that make sense? I just kind of try to, what's it call it? If you're a musician or whatever, or a comedian, you have to talk to the crowd or no, talk to the room. What do they say?
you gotta
Read the
schmooze.
room, read the room or something.
Read the room.
I read the room. There you go. So anyway, all right. So it is concerning that I used to have a lot of new students per class, and then it's fine because it kind of self-perpetuates. But lately, I something's up with this schedule or something that I'm getting less new people, and there's a point where the class just won't survive. So next
It's still
spring,
very difficult to sign up for a class. It's not intuitive. Like if you go to Safari or any of the browsers and you want to sign up for something, they make it so easy.
Mhm.
They've improved it, but it's still not easy. I know people that I went to sign up for a class, but I just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you've never taken a class at City College before, it's very hard to become a new student. And that's the whole point. We're missing new students, right? You definitely need to go to the Wake Center or the Shot Center and sit there and have them walk you through the process. It is a complicated process now with the CCC, and it's California City Colleges. It's this whole thing. And so you shiver to think if no one does that, then what's going to happen to our school? But once you've done that, then literally it's opening the browser, putting in a CRN and just saying submit. So it's much easier
If
for
you-
returning students, but it's not for new students.
If you have the CRN, then
Yes, if you have the CRN, exactly, which hopefully, when I'm saying tell people, have the community, let them know these classes are great, that implies you would give them the CRN, right? But if you are completely new to this and you're like, oh, sounds like I heard about City College, let me go find out. Yeah, how do you know how to take a class? It's even the search, the class search right now, they're replacing, and the new one is even harder. The other day I was talking with the people who were doing a training on last Friday on Banner Night, and I'm like, how's a student going to know how to, before you could at least scour by department, now there's nothing. I don't know, it's crazy. So for better for worse, we're back to sending catalogs out, printed catalogs, which aren't correct in schedule always. They're doing their best, but they come out so much earlier that classes change. But at least people have an idea of the classes that are available, and then you can try, and the CRNs. But anyway, that please don't let that stop you from suggesting to someone who might be, be able to take this class. But just tell them for the initial setup, just go and have them help you at the Shot of the Wake Center. They have like sign up rooms now. They don't have a wait. They have. I don't know how the Shot Center is set up for that, I have to admit. But the Wake Center, they have in room 4 a whole computer lab with staff sitting there just waiting to help people sign up. If you go to room 4, I teach in room 3. This is a high flex class, so if people are going to be there in person, it's room 3 that I teach in, and room 4. They have staff there just waiting for people to walk in and help them sign up. But who knows that unless I tell you, So anyway, it's one of those weird little self-fulfilling prophecies where it's hard to get new students. But anyway, that said, the art classes are over full and it's really hard to get in. Something exploded this session, and that's really good. The in-person art classes are going. So as long as you can walk into the room, it's still easy, right? But it's the initial sign up. Anyway, they changed the system so much that it's hard, but I'm gonna put out a little video showing the steps of how to sign up to a class once you've done the initial registration. I can't even do a video with initial registration because you have to be a student to do that. It's this whole CCC, yeah, it's this whole California City College apply system.
22.
But I think the school has videos out there, and I'm going to link them in the next time I send an email out to people, so that they can, so that you can, hopefully let new people know to come, because we need people. Anyway, all right, back to Photoshop. Thank you, everyone. And let me see. Hi, Shelley. Thanks for joining us. Here I am. Let me share my screen and over here, talking about that. Yep, here we go. Here's let me put this control up on the top so it's out of the way. Let me move you guys up here so they're out of the way. And move you over here. Has everyone gone into the chat yet and written? There we go. And here we're going to go to Padlet. All right. So unless some of them posted something new, I just refreshed it. Nope, this is the same that was there yesterday. Okay. So there's only Patricia is the only one who put something new in here. So but she's not here. So Patricia isn't here. But anyway, she showed, so this is the original image that she put in that was distorted. And then she did a correction on the bottom, but I'm noticing that she didn't. So I was going to talk to her about this building. Like she still needs to do something with that, but she's not here. So if she comes back, I'll come back to this one. And then I'm not sure about using a reflection in glass window. So this is she photographed some, you know, when you just photograph a reflection, and so she's got a, well, this is me in there somehow. So she must have used a photo of mine that has a reflection, and I don't know which photo she picked. Oh, it's the same one. It's the cheese one. She went backwards because there's the tree. Yes. Okay. I looked at it yesterday. I couldn't know. So when you look at the cheese one, I was going to show you when you go in one direction, you eliminate the reflection. But if you go in the other direction, it picks up the reflection itself. And that's what it was. See how there's a tree in here and there's some buildings? With the same tool, you can pick up the reflection and eliminate the cheese. Yeah, I was like, which one was this one? It's like, it's the same one. So go give that a try. I'll show it to you really quickly just because it's cool. And I had forgotten about that feature. Let me see if I can bring up the same one just quickly. I don't want to harp too long on it, but here we go. I'm opening that one. So let me head over to where we did the,
That's
The-
almost like spy stuff,
yeah.
to be able to get
Reflection.
information
Here
that
we
you
go.
didn't know you had.
So here we go. This is the reflection. And see, I'm going from one side
Wow.
to the other side, and it's picking up that reflection. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that comment, Rebecca. So there you go. Pretty cool. I hadn't when I had looked at it in small. I hadn't actually opened it up when I saw it last night from Patricia, and I thought, I guess she took a picture and she's showing her reflection. And I'm like, wait, no, I recognize that's me. I can tell. So that's me standing in front of the window taking the picture. So anyway, just wanted to show you that. So you guys can play around with that. But anyway, I'm gonna cancel. That wasn't
It's kind of scary, the amount of information that is there.
yeah. Yes, yes. That's a good point. How much stuff is available in
You-
that in
That totally reminds me of the original Blade Runner in the early 80s, that
Uh-huh.
movie, because they had a digital photograph and they zoomed in and they were able to like go around corners and find this whole scenario of detail.
I remember the movie, but I don't remember that part. You think I'd know as a photographer that I'd remember that. I don't remember that detail. Huh.
If you ever see the old original,
I'm gonna have to now. I'm gonna have to watch
it's pretty fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an amazing movie, but I don't remember this, but there you go. So yeah, when I first saw that, I was like, whoa, but I had not tried it on this photo. I had a reflection on a river when I tried it, and I thought, oh, how cool. You can see the sky instead of the river. Like that's kind of how I had done it, but I hadn't thought of him standing in front of a mirror that was going to be on the other side of the window. There it was. It was me taking the picture with my background. How cool was that? Anyway, so thank you, Patricia, for trying that out so that I could show it to you guys. That was cool. Anyway, so that's it. That's the only people who put anything in here. So there's much more to say. The rest of you doing the work that we did in class. So that's great. Thank you. Did anyone have any question? Because over here, Karen, it says you were unable to your computer to apply the remove tool reflections. Is that because remember that you had to restart and do it without
Yeah, I don't know. I just now put in another update just when I was getting my computer ready for the class. So hopefully after the new update that they put
Okay.
in there, hopefully
maybe
that will
that's
work again because it just wasn't working at all.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Well, there you go.
I don't know why my computer's retarded. It's a pretty new computer, so
Mm. It's not just new. I mean, new has a big part of it, but it's also new and powerful enough, right? Because
yeah, it's a 40 RAM computer,
Okay,
so
there
it's
you go.
exceptionally fast. So
Okay, there you go. But that's what I'm saying. It's that too. But yeah, you seem to have that covered too. So maybe it was just the version of Photoshop that you were using. All right. And if not, and if it keeps not working and you do have a computer that's 40 RAM and it's pretty new and you have the new latest version of Photoshop, then you definitely should check in with Adobe right?
Yeah, I will. I
Get tech
definitely will.
support and go, come on, and I've checked now, everything is right, and it's still not,
Right.
you know what I mean? And get tech support from them.
Deanna, could you
Yes.
put the Padlet link into chat?
Oh, sorry, I always do that and I forgot. I apologize. Padlet link. Here we go, Padlet link. Perfect. And then, yeah, so I scanned for requests of help and I didn't get any, people saying it was difficult or something, but other than that, it was just doing the work. So let's move through. Now, was there anything that you need to ask that you didn't write in the Padlet? Anything anyone tried? Remember my whole go out into the world and do these things. Did anyone do anything? Because sometimes people do things and it didn't turns out, and so they don't want to post it. Remember that posting in Padlet is good. It's like posting something that doesn't work or that you'd rather do better is good. So this would be a place to ask before we move on to something new. Nothing there? Going once, going twice? All right, let's keep going then. Okay. So there's a couple different things that I wanted to mention in this whole like hold on, I worked on this one yesterday, so I needed to change what I had done to it. There are uh I can keep showing you a lot of these new tools, but there are some things that we want to do always on photos once we process them. Usually the first thing, of course, is lighting corrections and things like that. But correcting things that you want or don't want to be there is a big deal. And I draw the line still to this day at all the completely out of the blue.
1-747-315-3198.
Who's that? There we go. Okay. I draw the line at completely inventing what AI can do right now, which is wonderful. It's still just, I don't want to put that in my toolbox. But there are some tools that are completely inventing in a way that I find is okay, which is more like extending the background and removing things that are in the way or retouching and things like that. So I want to talk a little bit about those choices and those tools. But then there's a couple of new ones as well. And I have one photo here that in particular, and I didn't find, I have a couple, there was a time when I had a very dusty mirror in my camera, in my sensor, and I had some photos with a lot of little dust specks, and I can't find them because I used to use those for examples for when you needed to spot film. I always tell people the first cache I ever made in photography, well, that's not true. The first cache I ever made in retouching photography, which is different because I worked from a young age as a photographer, photographing events and weddings and stuff like that. But when I first started using the computer for photography, the first or not the computer, retouching skills. I was doing it with the paintbrush, is what I'm trying to say, with inks and paintbrush, and people would bring me their photos and I would do retouching because when you would print negatives, there'd be little spots in the sky, little dust, and I was really good at retouching. And so that was my first my first actual cache when I was a student was retouching people's photos that they had to put an exhibition up or whatever. Well, that in Photoshop is so easy now, right? But even now, if you have a dirty lens, a dirty whatever, you're going to get spots. And so there's a whole new tool, believe it or not, after all these years, the one problem that people have the most, there's a tool to just remove spots automatically. Now, I don't have a very spotty photo here for you, but I have this one, which is an old photo. And because of it being an old photo, it has lots of little dots and spots, which is a bit different than what that tool is made for, but I want us to give it a try. Problem is, this is a very, very, very tiny photo. And if you look at the metadata, it's like 119 KB. It's something downloaded at some point from the internet. I've had this photo and I use it for different examples for years now. Actually, so I don't know when I downloaded it. Almost no pixels. So we're going to do something else with this photo too, which is give it super resolution, there's two different tools, one in Camera Raw and one in Photoshop, which ultimately give you the same results. And then I have another photo that's really small. This is a photo from this last trip that I did where I was at a point at one place with some friends, and this one was texted to me. And what does it texting mean? It was texted to me, and it's not in the equivalent of if I had taken the picture, it would have really good quality, but it was texted to me, and look at how tiny it is. So even though, you know, it might have quite a few pixels on the width, 2000 or whatever, it's been really compressed and then texted, which then gets you even more problems. So we're going to work on these two here and see how much that super resolution can help us get a bigger photo. And on this one, we're going to do some retouching, and then I'm going to do some other content to wear stuff with this one here. So that's kind of the main few things that we're going to be doing. But yes, Rebecca?
I have a photo of a photo that it's in really bad shape. I don't know if this is something you could use.
Um,
You
but
want me to share the picture?
go ahead and share the picture for a second, and then I can pull it up, and if it's worth it, I can email it to people after people can pick it up. But for now, go ahead and open this vintage black and white. Oh, let me actually stop my share. Okay, so now you can share. Oof, I didn't want to make multiple presenters can share, but oh well. I did it. Go ahead and share. Okay.
See, it's
see
been
what you mean.
creased and
Yeah. So I'm going to show you a tool that you can try this photo on, but
Mhm.
this is
This
different
isn't what you
because-
want to do.
Well, it's just that the tool that I'm about to show is just for the dust spot. So see you guys, all these little specks and dust, like white spots that everything has. That's what the tool will handle. But this tool that I'm about to show won't deal with those creases, but there's another tool that I'm going to show you right next to it that might deal with those creases. So hang into this photo, keep it open, and when I go to that tool, go ahead and try it on this one. It might be wonderful.
Okay.
So yeah, thanks. At this point, it's probably fine to just stay with the photo that I have. And
Which one are we doing?
yeah, let me share my screen because there we go. The final one, vintage black and white. We're gonna double click. It's a JPEG. So if it's a JPEG, it'll open up where?
Photoshop.
Photoshop. Okay, so when I double click, JPEG straight in Photoshop. And it's at 100%, and you see how tiny it is? That means that this is the best your screen can show this picture at 100% and da 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 da. And so it looks pretty good, right? Far away. And that's why you can't really see if a photo is good or bad. You just need to see it at 100%. If 100% it looks good, that's how it'll show. But if you were to try to print this photo, and I've done this in many other classes. I'm not going to teach you this today, so I'm just going to go to this tool for a second here, just to know that if you were to try to print this photo, it would only be a 1 inch by 2 inch photo, like really tiny. And at 1 inch and 2 inch photo would look really good. Doesn't this look like it's good quality? I mean, it has a couple of big tears over here, but it's fine. But the problem is, you can only show it as this size on the internet. That's the biggest it would show on the internet. And so if it's an insert in an ad or something like that, it's tiny, it's fine. But if you really wanted to put this on the mantelpiece because it's your, great aunt and uncle or something like that, that's not useful. Now, if I zoom in, Command plus 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 plus, now you begin to see that I'm at 400%, so I'm getting pixelated edges. See, all the edges are beginning to be like little sawtoothed edges. But you can see that there's a couple of tears here in the bottom. But most importantly, there's little white spots here and there. Just see little tiny little spots here and there. So those are the spots that I meant. Now this one is a pretty good photo as opposed to the one that Rebecca showed that was pretty streaked, and this one has been kept in goodish condition. But it doesn't, there's not much material to work with. So I'm gonna go ahead and say Command 0 again. Sorry, Command 1 again, so it goes to 100%. And there's tools in Photoshop, and tools in Camera Raw that can do this. And yesterday I tried it with the other photo, with the group photo. I tried both just to compare because I knew the question was, well, which one should we use? So I put the same photo through both tools and I got the same results. So let me show you the version that's in Photoshop. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and let's do a a copy of this background here because this is going to be a destructive, well, maybe you can do it in a non-destructive way. You might be able to do it in a non-destructive way. So let me show you I have a feeling that from what I remember of this one, but they did change it. I think you can do it non-destructive right now. But just in case, let's do a Command J to get a copy of it. And then we'll, if it wasn't just, if it was destructive, we will have the original one. And if now you can do it non-destructive, we will have both. So that's good. But I can't 100% remember if it's destructive or not. All right. So we'll go ahead and make a copy, Command J or Control J. And what we're going to do here is, first of all, what we're going to use is something called a filter. And filters used directly on an image are destructive. And let me just really quickly, so just so you, there's so many different filters. Let me just do a quick example. If I do something like this, and I'm not about to teach you too much about filters, whatever. Hello. Why isn't this? Uh-oh. Let me stop my share because this happens sometimes with RAW, but now it's happening with filters and that it doesn't let me manipulate the... Huh, that was bizarre. Zoom sometimes doesn't want to let me share. It doesn't let me operate something. And then share it. So anyway, doesn't matter which one I did or how I did it. I'm going to repeat this process. So it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I just wanted to show you that I just did a filter on this thing. Never mind what. And see how it applied straight on. There's nothing around this. This is it. This is, fortunately, I had done a double. So if I turn it off, there's the good one, right? But if I had applied it straight to the layer, that's it. The thing I applied is there. It's ruined the photo and it's not changeable. I can't go in and modify it and make it better or worse. That's what I mean by a destructive filter. So had I not had my copy, that's a destructive process. So filters per se are destructive processes. Now, if you go up to the top of the Photoshop, you'll see the filter menu, and these are the different filters that are available. And there's a lot of good stuff in there. But
It's not showing.
okay, so then let me share my entire window for it to show. Okay, sometimes I have to share my entire window for these things to show. Okay, so up here at the top, do you see it now? The filter window, filter menu item.
Yes.
Tons of different filters. And one thing that's true about all of these filters is that if you use them right now, and since we have this copied layer, go ahead and go to filter and go to anything that's under this line, for example, right? Say that I go to pixelate, crystallize, and I click on that. And I can crystallize it. I am going to do okay. There we go. That's a filter. I mean, there's so many different weird, cool, fun stuff happening. But before we do any of those, if you want to be able to fix them, reset them, oh, that was too much, I want less or whatever, there's something we need to do to protect our photo. And so if you did follow through and do one of these with me, let's go to history and let's back off, go back to the layer via copy so that we have the original layer that's not messed up. Okay, so I just went all the way back and out of those. And now the first thing you have to do is you have to go to filter, convert for smart filters. It's like putting a little, it's a big deal, a big protection on our image. And so what we're doing is we're creating a smart object. Smart objects is a big deal, and later we'll talk about how to go from Camera Raw into Photoshop. It'll involve smart objects. So for some reason under the filter menu, it's called Smart Filter, but basically it's telling you the selected layer will be converted into a smart object. So I don't know why they don't make it easy on people and just call it smart object, but that's basically now we have this converted to smart object. And how do I know that it's converted? And this one's really hard to show you unless you can see in your own window, is that this little thumbnail now has a little box right there. And today, since I've got a black and white photo, it's even harder to see it, but there's this tiny little box on the very bottom of my thumbnail that won't be in that one. You see that? It's a little tiny indication. That's a smart object now. Now, what's the point of this smart object? It's that now, if I do one of these filters again, so if I go back to filter and if I just redo the one that I just did before, I just went and just watch this piece and we'll work with everyone into figuring out how to do filters, but just watch. So I'm not demoing for you to do, I'm demoing the idea. So now that my filter was created on a smart object, something has happened to that layer. It's got a white box underneath it, which is a mask. And then right under that, there's the name of the filter that I used. And I could turn that on or off. So I can make a choice. It isn't applied in a destructive manner. Does that make sense? And if I were to want to modify it to make it different, I can double click on that name and I can go, well, I want it to be a different one. I don't want that filter. I don't whatever. Just so again, it's not about what filter I'm using. It's showing you the process of why we convert it into a smart object. It's so that the filter becomes editable. Does that make sense? So
Okay.
now that you understand that, that's the most important thing to remember about filters. We've created it an editable filter. Now we're all going to do it, and then I'm going to take you to the filters that I wanted to teach you today. But as you can see, every single sample I've done is using some funky different thing, and it's all, for some people, fascinating. And suddenly they discover a whole nother aspect of Photoshop. And for some people, it's like, oh, I'm never going to do that. I'm a straight photographer, right? So I'm not implying that you're going to be using filters, but there are some filters now that aren't about doing funky effects, and those are the ones that we're going to use today. So I'm going to undo this. Actually, I'm going to leave that one there so that I can leave that as an example, but I'm going to just grab it and put it at the very, very bottom so that later when I come to it. So ignore that one. This is just a example when I come to show you something. So we're all starting with the top one and a duplicate. So forget this piece if you haven't done anything, and let's start with a clean one. And we're gonna,
Deanna,
yes.
I did the smart filter, convert the smart filter, but it doesn't show that white box like yours does. It shows a little icon in the layer one image, but I don't have that box.
It shows that teensy little icon there. Oh, that for this you would have had to make a filter. We're about to make a filter. All you needed to do right now is to convert for smart filters. That's it, and have that little box. Now, so forget that one. Now we're
Okay.
going to start making a filter happen. Okay. So now let's double click this one and let's call it a smart filter, just so that you're aware. And in fact, we can call this one smart object. I'm here. I'm going to put a little equal sign there. Smart filter equals to smart object, because it's truly identical. It's not similar or kind of. It is actually identical. So smart filter equal to smart object. And now when it's a smart filter, now we go up to the filter menu. And let me show you a bit around this filter menu. Now, first of all, I have 3 things here that you don't have. And that's because whenever you create a filter, it puts itself up there like a recently used so that I can use it again. That's how I went so quickly to them, because I recently used these a second ago. These are the 3 that I was demoing. So the next time when you do a filter, you'll have that filter up there. Does that make sense? But for now, when you first start the filter menu, it starts down here at Neural Filters, Filter Gallery, Adaptive, and that's okay. So neural filters are about, when did they start? 4 years ago, maybe, as far as 4 years ago, maybe only 3. I'm trying to remember when they came into the market, is when artificial intelligence began to be used by Photoshop. Before they were using something called machine learning. It was a bit like artificial intelligence, but it wasn't the same thing. And they began to come up with these new, cool, fun things you could do with Photoshop, and they all stashed them here under the neural filters effect. Then artificial intelligence began to boom, and they began to put all of these artificial intelligence tools all over Photoshop. And so these are almost like old-fashioned filters, although they are very new from the last few sessions, and they are basically using artificial intelligence. We'll go into them in a minute. But then the
Yeah.
rest of these we've had for eons. Like this from here to here have been here since like the beginning of Photoshop. And some of these are not about messing with our photos. Some of these are really important. The sharpen filter is how we sharpen our photos in Photoshop. So it's not about messing with a photo, it's about creating an effect, because really that's all it is, that gets your photo to be sharper or to reduce noise. Or, there's so many things in here that really have been used from the very, very beginning of Photoshop. And then over here is where we have some really important ones. We have a lot of some really, really special ones that retouchers use all the time. But guess what we see right in the middle of it? We see the Camera Raw filter. And I'm just going to show you this only. I'm going to click on it just so that you can see. Let's open it up. Whoop, I didn't actually click on the Camera Raw when I clicked on the lens correction review Camera Raw filter. When I open it up, and what do we have here? We have Camera Raw again. You see that? So inside of Photoshop, we have the option to now, at any point in time, open a layer and say, I want to apply Camera Raw to this one. And then you have the exact same tools. There's just a few less things you can do, but pretty much just about everything that you can do. Like you can't do snapshots. Okay. So that's one of the few things you can't do. But yeah, so I'm going to cancel because I don't want to apply Camera Raw right now to this one, but I wanted to show you that it's like going to this filter gallery. There's so many different things in here that you can do. It's like it's packed tight. You can spend, the entire 20 hours of this class exploring each one of these filters. Yes, Gerard?
I figured it out. I was having a minor problem, but I resolved it.
All right.
Thanks.
Sorry. Oh, that went down the right.
Hey, Diana, again, one question is for your filter you created, Smart Filter. Did you do that just by clicking on layer 0 and then saying
Yeah.
Saying what? You're just picking a filter?
Duplicated the initial filter. I duplicated the base one. So if this was the original, I usually try to call it original actually, because once you unlock it, it loses its name. And so I duplicated it with the Command J, right?
Okay. Oh, right.
And
okay.
then I converted that one into a smart filter.
Okay. Thank you.
And so then because if you click on one that's already a smart filter and it's hard to tell, but that little box is there, when I go convert for filters is grayed out, it won't give it to me. But one that's not, when I go to filter, then it's available to convert to smart filters. And I'm making a bit of a mess of layers and stuff, giving all these examples. I apologize. Because I'm just showing you filters. I'm not doing a particular filter. Maybe what we should do is go back to 0 in a minute to start actually applying filters to this one. But so let me get rid of that one. So what I was saying is there's a world of choices and things that you can do in here, including for some really important ones that in the blur gallery, you have some really important tools in here that I haven't shown much. So I'm going to show you one of these today because these are really important. And you know, I truly don't, it's been years since I've shown you any of these, and there's so much other stuff to show. But this is one that matters, and maybe I'm going to make a point in the Monday, Wednesday class to work a little bit more with these. But anyway, let's head over to the Blur Gallery, not the Blur, but the Blur Gallery. And let's go to Iris Blur. There's just so many. Let's click on Iris Blur. And as you can see, and depending on what settings you had to start with, without touching anything else, I'm not sure if this is the default setting. Does yours come up like this? Because it tends to show up the way you left it. So Rebecca's saying no, and others are saying yes. So I have a feeling maybe
Yes.
Rebecca, you've used it because 3 people are saying yes. So you might have used it before because it'll show up in the way that it was left. So without doing anything else, let me just show you right here, this little slider that if I go to the right or to the left, I can get a little bit or more blur outside of that circle that we have. You see that, to the point that it doesn't even look like a blur. It looks like it's nothing there. And then you can go down to just having something a little bit more blurry. You see that? Rebecca, you're saying no. So
Nothing's happening. Nothing's changing. My numbers are all the same as yours. So what have I not done? Right?
Yeah, mine's the same. I have the same issue. It didn't affect the image.
Mine,
okay, do you see this circle?
I have the circle, but there's no change outside of it.
When you use the slider, it doesn't change the image.
Yeah, mine's not changing either.
Do you have the preview turned on here?
Yes.
Yes.
The preview is turned on? Shoot, I was hoping that was a quick answer. That would have been like, oh, you don't have the filter preview turned on.
I keep looking to see what I have that looks different, but
Yeah, because this one right now, and this here is checked. Yeah,
Yes.
because otherwise the slider wouldn't be working. There's so many there's other tools in here that could be happening, but if this basic stuff isn't working, let me go ahead and let me have one of you guys share to see if perchance, this isn't one that I think I can see anything different, but just in case, go ahead, and Rebecca, can you share your screen for a sec? So
yeah.
Iris Blur
Yeah.
preview.
Yes. See, I'm moving the blur
Yeah.
and
The bouquet is on, doesn't make a difference. The only, can you for a second turn on here just to see if perchance it's this filter versus, hold on. I need to move this thing out of the way. Okay.
should I cancel it?
No, I need to grab my pencil.
Okay.
Pencil, but there's something out of the way. Here, let's go over here and can you turn this little thing off and then go to one of the scroll a little bit higher up, or is it me? I was seeing you before. Here we go. Go to the one that's called field blur. I'm just trying to see if it's all blurs or the field, but go to the field blur one, open it up, and go ahead and do a up and down to that one. No, like
I see the bullseye in the,
yeah, but the effect isn't happening, huh?
no.
That's bizarre. Okay, turn this one off again, go to the first one, and then just to see, say okay to it, just to see if you're not having a preview, but it is happening. Let's see. Yeah, look down there. Guys,
Ah,
so
the
now what's
original.
happening? No, it's just that you guys have, or you have this layer underneath the top one, and this is an opaque layer. So you're working
Ah.
on the bottom one. But when we had the filter open, your layers were hidden, so I couldn't see. So go ahead and undo that. This one, if you took the side, take the eyeball off for a second, the top one,
Mhm.
and the bottom one was being affected. You just weren't seeing it because you were selecting the wrong layer. So go ahead and now turn this eyeball
Good.
on again and go ahead and undo. You Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, because you basically ruined your original, so to say, because it was done in a permanent matter. So undo, undo. Now go select your smart object and filter. Good. And now go up again and go up and apply it. And this time it'll work.
Yes.
So, but the thing is that normally I can check on layers, but I couldn't check on layers because when you're in this filter,
There's,
how the
there's no
layers
layers.
are visible. So I couldn't see that until I said, okay, just go and apply it. Okay. Did that work for you too then, Gerard, or whoever else?
Yeah. All I had to do is
Okay.
unclick the or turn the eyeball off on the original.
Okay, great. But the thing, if you turn off the eyeball of the original, that means that you're affecting the bottom one. So the one you need to do this on is the one that's a smart object. So if your original wasn't a
Yeah.
smart object, just undo that and do it to the other one. You don't want to do this to the one that's not a smart object because it'll be a permanent and then you'll never be able to have a base one. Does that make sense, you guys? You want to make sure that you do this to the smart object. Okay, good.
I have a question. When I undo, does that push me back up on the history, or is that all steps in the
Yeah,
history?
it's completely, if you go undo, 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 you're back to the beginning on the history. So anything
Okay.
else you did in the middle is gone. Okay, so now back to this. So go ahead and apply the iris, open up the iris blur filter, which you guys, just so you know, let me cancel. When I told you to choose blur gallery, I told you to choose iris blur. Now you see how in reality they're all there to be chosen. Field, tilt, shift, path. When I go to iris blur and I open that one over here, they're all still here, like field, iris blur, tilt, shift, and I could have gone to any one of them, which is what I had her do. I had her turn this one on instead, right? So anyway, just saying that they would have all been there anyway. So these are all your blurs. Okay, so I'm leaving a pretty high level of blur for us to see what's happening to start with out there. Not so much that it goes blank, right? And then let me show you that there's much more to it. So let's head into the image right now. And first of all, when you have your mouse out here, be careful. See how I have like a push pin? Be careful because this implies that I'm going to create a new blur filter. So don't click here. If you do, let me show you what will happen to have you figure it out. If I click right now over here, I create a second blur filter suddenly and a third blur filter. So now I have 3 blur filters. I'm going to go ahead and undo to get rid of those. Or actually I can also select it from that middle circle and hit the delete key to get rid of it. But right now I just wanted to show you that that's what happens when you have more than one. Now, when I did that, this became active and that one disappeared. So when I delete it, which I'm going to hit delete, this one is still inactive. What I mean is all the tools weren't available. So click in the middle and select it. And now I'm going to show you how to use all these tools.
Deanna,
So-
can I back you up for a moment? I'm
Yes.
stuck
Mhm.
at the point where the blur slider is not showing any effect, and I thought I was on the right layer, but
Okay, so let me stop my share and have you share the screen then, because
okay.
I can't tell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute.
I still don't see your, am I not seeing it? No, I'm not seeing your share, Jacob.
Um,
It's share and then share again. It's been a while since.
There we go.
Okay, so I am, oh, you need, because you had said okay to it, so you need to open it up again. Okay, so once you say okay and cancel it, you need to go down here to where it says Blur Gallery and double click to open up your tools again. There we go. So now you're in the tools where you can go over here. So bring your mouse over here.
I'm sorry. There we go. Let me get rid
And
of it.
then bring your mouse over here, and in the center, there's a little circle. Click on it to activate it. There we go. So now you've activated it. Okay. All right. Let me stop your share. And let me share mine. All right, here we go. All right, so here I am in the middle of this filter. And if I touch the absolute center of this filter, I can pick it up and move it around. So I can choose to take it to a different spot. Does that make sense? Now, I also have this circle here that if I touch, it makes the outside bigger or smaller. Clicking on this is identical. This drag that I'm thinking is identical to dragging this slider. So this slider, keep an eye right now, everyone. Look over where I'm pointing. See here? Keep your eyes on that. And over here, what I'm doing is moving it. See how my mouse isn't on that slider? And it's because I'm moving this circle. Okay, so now look at the circle and see how I'm doing it. I'm going outside of the tiny little pinpoint. This circle is telling me what percentage of blur I'm going to put in the outside of the image. Does that make sense? So it's equivalent to that slider. All right. And then the amount of blur that I'm going to give outside matters. But first of all, what do I want to blur? And how do I change the shape and the level of transition? Because right now I have a pretty, when I go really, really blurry, just to show you, I'm going to go really blurry to show you the detail. The transition starts, see how there's this big blue circle outside, and then there's these 4 dots. Notice that the transition from sharp to slowly become less sharp all the way to there starts, if you could draw a line between these internal circles, you see that? So that's where it slowly starts to transition out of focus. And then when you hit this blue circle, it's all evenly, completely out of focus outside of that. The transition is in this area. Does that make sense? So you can grab these circles and make the transition be longer, slowly transition out, or have a very quick transition line. So depending on how fat this is, that's your transition. Now, if we don't have it so ridiculously blurred, if you have a smaller blur, say like that much, because you want to focus on this person and not on that one, then if I make this too small, then her face is in the transition area. So I need to move this out so that the transition doesn't happen until we're outside of her head. But then it's a pretty, fast transition or a slow transition. So I want to make this a more, if I want to make this a more targeted transition to her face and leave the rest in a blur, then I can grab it from the center point and move it over to her face. So her face is always going to be in focus. And then I'm going to just drag these out so that transition into the blur starts happening, maybe her face and her shoulders. And then everything else slowly starts fading out till it gets here. And then it really fades out. And then you then go, well, I want it to be less blurry because this part slowly blurs out. And by the time you get to that guy, he's not even in the, he's all a big blur. Or you can, that's if you want a big blur like this, or you can just say, I want to change the size of that window. So you can grab this this big window from the little lines right here that, these little bubbles. Oh, I see, or I clicked wrong. I tried to grab one of those and I made a new one. You see that? So I'm going to undo that and select this one again, trying to grab that tip and bring it down. And now I can have both of their faces in focus and nothing else. So now I'm transitioning to having 2 faces in focus and the rest of the photo is out of focus. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You shift and change what you want in focus and how strong you want that transition to be and what shape does that blur have to be, and on and on and on. Okay. Pretty cool.
Cool. Deanna, may I back you up again? I'm still stuck at that same point. And
Okay, so
I
let
don't
me
know
say okay
what's
to
wrong.
that. And let me just finish this example. Let me say okay to that. And then one last thing, if I want to go back to it, I can. Why? because over here, and this is what I had Jacob do, so I'm gonna have him do it again to see, well, he was close. If I'm like, oh, well, that transition's too harsh between that shoulder and that shoulder, it's kind of weird. I'll just double click to open it up again. And I can just go ahead and make a bigger circle with a gentler transition or whatever I need to do so that that doesn't fall so harshly. And then I'll say okay again. And saying okay brings us back and so on and so forth and keep modifying it. Okay, so now you guys play around with that while I help anyone who needs a hand. And don't forget to take some screenshots. Open it up again before you say okay, or say we'll open it up after saying okay. Do some screenshots. And yes, Jacob. So go to double click on the blur gallery. Yep. And now you're in blur gallery. Okay. So now
But a slider is not having any effect.
yes, it is. I just saw it jump. It's just that it's very intense. So move it into the left side where it's much less intense and then give it a second to react. Just
What I'm
stop
looking at,
it.
it's
Just put it here and let
okay.
it go.
Oh,
Okay. Just
okay.
moving it, and it doesn't have a chance to do the changes. This is intense
Okay.
on the computer processes, right?
Yeah.
So, and now leave that area because this is like the least of the corrections. Go in here and let's start using all the other tools that it has. There we go. And now start using this circle there to modify the same slider that you did before. So down, keep going down, down, down to have very little blur. Now you're going up to have
The
more
opposite.
blur, and then down to have much less blur. Okay.
Okay.
And then these little dots are the transition to how far. They're easier to see when you put a lot of blur to really see them work, just to learn them. So make the blur be intense, and then after that you can be subtle, right? But now you can see better how you extend
Yes.
to sharp or bring it down to make a much gentler transition. Of course, you've made such a strong blur that even the gentle transition is intense, but does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
And then with these, you change the shape of it and so on and so forth. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
working. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
stop
yeah.
your
Good.
share.
Excellent.
And I'm gonna go ahead. Any other one person who wants to share before I share my screen again? No. Okay. Let me go in here and do some screenshots of this myself. I guess. Hard to do a screenshot because when I try to do a screenshot, there we go. Just wanted these tools to be available. Okay. So now let me head quickly over here. And do we need the Padlet link again? Let me put the Padlet link there one more time. Let's go to Padlet and really quickly do my so filters. First, you need first you must convert to smart filter equal to smart object. Then choose any filter and it will be non-destructive, meaning you can go back into it and modify it at will. We chose the blur gallery here and used the iris blur. Okay, so just do that. I guess I could explain a bit more, but for now, that's good. All right, so that's a filter. And you could put more and more filters on top of it. And this is the only good and bad things about a filter, so to say, is that they only have one mask. And I haven't really talked to this group much about masking. So for people like Samuel, maybe anyone who has only taken Photoshop with me maybe once, some of you newer students to me, you might not have done much masking yet, other than what we did in Camera Raw. So masking is a big part of Photoshop. So we're gonna keep working it as classes progress. But I just wanted to tell you that with other tools that we have in Photoshop, each tool comes with its own mask. Filters comes with just one mask. So what I'm trying to say is if I apply another filter right now. So first of all, let me make this blur gallery much more intense. Let me make this much more intense so you can really see it. There we go. So this is like a very intense one, okay? So what if let me just show you really quickly the effect of the mask. What if whatever a mask always does is hide the effect of what you just did. So what I just did was I blurred out all this stuff that wasn't their faces, right? That's what I just did. My filter, if you think, what's the filter doing? I just turned it into an oil painting. I just whatever. So in this case, the filter just blurred anything that wasn't their faces, for example, right? So when I want to say, well, I want some part of that image to not have the effect of that filter, that's when I use a mask. So here's a mask, and this is just a bit of an abrupt explanation of it only. When we talk masks, I'm much more careful, but I'm gonna click on the mask. See how I selected the mask right now? Click on it. And the mask is white. So if I want to hide some part of this photo from the effect of this mask, it would have to be like the dress maybe, right? Or the window. I don't know, something that's now being affected. The faces are not being affected already. That filter is kind of like a mask. It's choosing to blur this and not that. So if I were to want to hide some part of this image from the effect of this thing, it would have to be, for example, her shoes. I don't know. So I'll go to the mask, select the mask, and I'll choose a brush tool, right? The brush tool. And just watch, because I'm not going to teach you masking right now. For those of you who don't know masking, this portion, just watch for a second, because I'm going to do it and then undo it, because it's not the goal of today's class. It's just for you to understand one thing about masking. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint a little bit of black in this image right here. There, I found her shoes. So let me do this again. So I painted a little black around her shoes, and you see a little black spot here in the mask, kind of where I just painted a bit of black here. You can't tell. I didn't paint black on the image. I painted black in the mask, but it shows up there. And so I hide the effect of that mask. So the effect of that mask was to blur my shoes out. And now I went, no, 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 I don't want the shoes to be blurred. So I put a little splotch of black in there. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Now, beyond doing it or not doing it right, especially Samuel, people who haven't done this yet, just watch this portion. All I'm trying to say by explaining to you what a mask is and making this little hole here is to just show you something, and then we're going to move on to something else. So I don't necessarily want you guys to make it a holeless mask. What I'm going to show you is filters appear one after the other, but they share the same mask. So say that now, again, just watch. If I go up to filter and I go to this pixelate one and I crystallize, again, this is that weird one that I used before. Oh, hold on. I was selecting my mask. I have to, which one did I just say? Pixelate.
I don't see your drop down menu.
Okay. Hold on. Doesn't matter too much. I'm using another filter. That's all. So I used another filter. So what I just did is I have two filters, one after the other stacked in here. So watch, I'm going to turn both off. One filter crystallizes the image. See how I crystallized it? And the other one is the blur. Both are leaving my shoes untouched because I masked it. So I have one mask. That's the problem with this masking, is that what if I wanted to hide only a bit of the crystals, but not the blur, is that you have one mask for all filters. Now, if you don't understand masking yet, just kind of put your mind on hold and go, she's going to teach me more masking later, and I'm going to understand this next time. But for those of you who have an understanding of masking, masking is really convenient when each thing you do can be masked out. But in the filters where you have one mask for everything, I find it very inconvenient because everything I do is going to be masked out. Now, I probably should have continued with a simpler example instead of showing you this one, but forget the masking portion right now. Let me show you. I'm going to undo everything I just did. I'm going to go up here to where we did the iris blur. Okay, so I'm back to where I told you guys just watch, which was just apply the blur gallery. So hopefully you guys are back there. And if you did stuff with me, just go to your history and back up until you get to that original iris blur, and let's all start from there again. Okay, other stuff you did, let's get rid of it, and I'll just explain it in a slightly better way. So did everyone go into their history panel? If you were watched, which is what I told you to do, you have nothing to undo. But if you were trying to do stuff with me and you had masking and stuff happening, let's just get rid of all that, because in history we can still go back to when we finished our iris blur and stay right there. And actually, let me get rid of this because it's not confusing. You should all be at about here right now. You should have the original on the bottom, and then you should have just one smart filter with a blur gallery. If this is kind of where you're at, give me a yes. If you're in somewhere totally confused because I gave a bad directions, then let me know and I'll help you get back to this.
And Diana, my question might be a little bit
Yeah.
different. Oh, I'm a thumbs up, by the way, or a
Okay,
chat, a
Right.
yes.
got it.
Okay, so like right now you've got your picture, you created your circle, your
Mhm.
blur area,
Mhm.
or sharpness area.
Mhm.
And then if you decide you wanted to go back and play with that again,
Mhm.
what
Okay.
do you, how do you do that? Because
Yeah.
I was trying to do that
Got it.
and I couldn't.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I went off on a tangent, which is an important tangent, but probably I should hone on the basics first. And that's why.
No, it's all
So here we
good.
go. Here, after I say, okay, there's what I got. But good
Mhm.
news, but down here under this mask, there's the word blur gallery. So I double click on that word blur gallery and I open it up again. And
Oh,
now
cool.
I can re-modify this. I can make it more blur, less blur,
Oh,
change the shape, do whatever I want. So now I made
great.
it very blurry and I'll say okay again. And then I look at it and go, oh, that looks really weird. So I go back to blur gallery, I double click, and now I make it much less again, right? So this is when we say something is editable,
Mhm.
changeable, modifiable. I can even turn this eyeball, this little check mark here off and go, I didn't want that one. Maybe let's try what, in this case, none of the others really will work too much, but what if I try the field blur and see, I go over to field blur but I'm not going to teach you field blur. It doesn't apply to this photo at all. Got it? So you can keep redoing and reusing these.
Thank you.
And I'll say, okay. And there I have my blur gallery filter that is usable. I can even decide to turn the eyeball off and not have it apply at all or have it apply. Okay. Now that's an example of a typical filter that that isn't about making um, fancy effects like weird crystallizing and pixelating things, but it's just about changing the focus of the image in a way. Now, this to me is very artificial at the amount I left it. So I would go even less. So it all depends, but it depends on your needs, right? You can make it look really as if the camera had done it. if you have a much more gentle one. But I don't know if you guys have ever seen, let me actually change the shape of it. I want to make it bigger in both ways. Oh, and if you one thing I didn't show you yet is this little because these are the circles that I'm using to turn it into a circle on a level, but you could also go to this little box that exists only on one side of it, and then that changes its shape into a square. Well, not a full square, but like a rectangle or stuff, if you wanted
Oh, wow.
a rectangle on it. So that's this little box, and it goes from curved to angle, and you're going to see much more again once I have a big sharp transition, then you can see more how it goes from being a circle to more of a square kind of thing. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to having it be less transition and gentler transition, and then focused on her. But anyway, so just whatever it is that you choose to do. Now I'm really, and this is more of you're trying to make an article about pinpointing her, as opposed to, you know, all the rest of the family members or something like that. But it's not because you're trying to make it look like a real photo, whatever. But anyway, that's an effect of the blur gallery. Okay, now you can play around with a lot of these, and what I would like to request is as homework, and I know that some of you guys do it, some of you guys don't, but it would be so cool if everyone were to go and try a different one and kind of report on it. There's so many different filters. It would be cool if you could have like a Padlet that next week I see like 6 or 7 different samples of different filters that have been tried out. There's just too much for me even to show, right? So it would be kind of cool. But right now, what I want to do is have us make a screenshot of this layered area. And I'm going to just do, and I can do this as a sample, but let me go back in here. And I'm going to post filters that have been applied appear underneath the pixel layer, and I think there's a typo there, underneath. I hate it's, I don't know. The pixel layer to access the filter again. For modifications, just double click on the filter. It's hard to type with this in between my fingers and to not. Okay. Just double click on that little filter piece and it'll open up again. Now let's go ahead and apply, let's turn this eyeball off. So basically as if no filter had been applied. So you're turning off the eyeball of the blur gallery. Basically nothing has applied. It's back to the beginning, right? Okay. So now let's go back to filter, and now let's use one of these filters that are very visually impactful. And there's a thing called blur gallery that filter gallery that takes you into a ton of funky filters, but I just want to go straight to one quick one, and that's it. So let's go to this one called Pixelate. It's and then crystallize. Pixelate and crystallize. And you can make it look like very crystallized or very little crystallized, and I'm going to crystallize it quite a bit until it looks very abstract, but not until it doesn't even look like anything. And I'm going to say, okay. Give me a yes when you've done that. This one can be pretty cool when you have a very colorful image. If I always say, if you're into doing some funky stuff as a background for something, not because you would call this, as far as I'm concerned, art. Moving a filter around isn't art, as far as I'm concerned, but that's where some people define art differently. But anyway, okay. So here I have this crystallized filter. And then on the other hand, let me turn it off now. So over here, I went to the eyeball. I turned it off. And then I turn on the eyeball next to the blur gallery again. See that? Okay. So they're both there. Now what happens when I turn them both on? If you,
Oh, yeah.
they both now affect the image. Does that make sense? It's like they affect each other.
Mhm.
So the crystallize on its own has sharp little crystals. The blur on its own, right now I have it so that it blurs everything except for her face. So when I turn them both on, all the crystals are softer except for the ones around her face. It's hard to tell because, but that's there. But you can tell if you were to turn off the blur gallery now that they're sharp filters versus blurred filters. See that? So they're both affecting each other. And if I were now to use the mask, which at this point, since I'm aware some of you don't know how to mask, then I would be taking the effect of both off at the same time because the mask is on top of both. But I'm not going to do the masking example again, just showing you how they add up. So if I now were to try to do another filter, there's like, it's kind of crazy at this point because what else can we do? Well, there are even funkier ones. So I'm going to go over here to this distort one now. Again, this is just to be absolutely crazy. Distort. And I'm going to go to twirl. And I'm going to twirl this image. And I'm going to say, okay. And here's my fourth. And if I now were to turn off crystallize and turn off blur gallery, I'm just twirling the image. But if on top of that, I had it blurred or I had it crystallized, see how they're all three affecting each other? Now I'm having us do some really extreme ones so that you can really see it. So I'm not doing something that I think you want, but to show you the effect. My goal is always to show you the tools and how they work for you to later be able to go, okay, what would be a reasonable filter to apply to this in a way that makes sense, right? But watch, not only do they affect each other, but their order, depending on the filter. So in this case, it does make a difference. So I can grab this twirl one and I can drag it down and I put it at the bottom. So it's still twirling, but the crystallized one is more important. Do you see that?
Oh.
So I'm going to do again. Twirl was at the top. So it was the one that was the most of the effect. But then I dragged it all the way to the bottom. And now it's still twirling, but the crystallize is on top. Does that make sense? Now, if I were to bring the blur to the top, there's more blur, and then there's crystals, and the twirls are at the bottom or something like that. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
why did you get the red X in your box now on smart filters?
Oh, no, because I didn't. Huh. I've never seen that in my life. All I did is put the blur gallery at the top. And that X'd out. Maybe it's telling me I can't because of what I just did. Let me see if I tried to use it. Is it telling me? And I thought I wouldn't mask it. Yeah.
Maybe it's the same as
Somehow
like in your
it's
histogram when your colors have gone out of bounds.
yeah, it's kind of like going, this mask isn't gonna work. And it's true. I just put a mask and it's not working for some reason in that order. It won't work.
Amazing.
Interesting. Because it wasn't X'd out before. So anyway, I don't know why. It's basically saying you've done too much to me. stop. But if I had it in this positioning, I would have been able to blur out a piece. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know, at one point it decided it's one too many. I can't calculate those changes, yeah. But you can see how I just made one little hole in the mask on and every single one of those three is not being applied to the shoes, right? Or to that kid's face now, or to her face. Like that's what a mask does. But again, I'm not trying to teach you math. If you know math, you understood that. And if you don't worry. But anyway, just showing you how all filters apply at the same time, but in a different way because the calculations of how to modify the image just changes. The computer has to rethink it and you know, to make it work in one way or another. So that's all I wanted to show you with this stuff, okay? That they affect each other. So can you make 3 filters that make sense to be together, be there? Yes, you can. There's many times you can apply 2 or 3 different ones that all enhance the image, right? But be careful in which order they land. That's all. Or use the fact that they change and depending on which order they land to make them apply the effect differently. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and be done with this example of filters, and then I'm going to show you some other important ones. So is there any question around, let me actually cancel that. Let me do a screenshot of this. It's going to be hard to show in a screenshot how that changed, but I'm going to say that the order of those filters does affect it. The stacking order of the multiple filters affect the effect that they have on the image. Okay, and hopefully you remember the class enough to understand what I mean by that.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and let's save this image for a bit, because now this was a JPEG, and when we try to save it, Command S, it warns you again, you can't save it as a JPEG. And you're like, okay, thank you. Yes, of course. Why? Why? Because I have layers, right? So it gives me the option to save as a PSD. And yeah, that's what we want. And now let's use this one, and let's put it at the front or in the back, whatever. I don't, if you put it in the back, it'll be next one. I'll call this one smart filters. Like that's what we've been applying filters to it. Okay. And say save. Okay. And okay. All right. Give me a yes when you are done and you've been able to apply 3 filters, move them around, see the changes, just like, did this work for you? Hopefully on your own, you can actually go in and look at other filters and apply some filters that would be looking really good on this thing. But for now, I just wanted you to get that understanding of it. All right. Yes, Karen?
Yes, when you do something like when you were playing around with the mask, I went and hit the brush tool. How do I get rid of the brush tool? How do I like negate selecting a tool?
Yeah, you just go back and select a different one.
Okay, I did. I hit the move tool. I thought that was probably the safest one.
That is
Okay.
the one, yeah.
That's the only thing you can do then.
All
Okay.
you do is you change a tool from, yeah, you turn it on. There's no like turn on and off by clicking on it. You turn it off by clicking on a different one, clicking on a different one, clicking on a different one.
Okay, so that's what I did. Okay.
Mhm. All right. Cool. That was a great question. Any other questions, you guys, before we move on? Now, why was I showing you all of this if I didn't give you any useful effects on this image? First of all, let's do this. What if I don't want, say that I'm, okay, hold on now, Moni, let me just finish. Say that I don't want to continue the rest of the day with all this stuff hanging out down there. If I love what I've done, for example, and I can't believe that's break time. There's so much I wanted to show you today. I can use this, see over here at the end of the top layer, let me get the little color tool right here. Right there. There's like a little arrow. I can click on that and that collapses all that stuff. You see that? So let me clear that. So now you know where it is. So I can open it or close it. Now the danger in that is that you might not remember where you had your filter. So you see how there's this little thingy there showing you. It's always there, but that helps you kind of not have to have all that hanging out there. And one more thing that I want to show you, and then I'm done, because then you can play around with your arrows, is sometimes you want the effect to be less strong. Now the blur gallery, if I wanted the effect to be less strong, I would have to open it up and modify it like we've done before by double clicking and then work on it, you know, make it less intense or more intense or whatever, and then say okay to that. And that's how I modify it. But notice that both Crystallize and Twirl have these little slider icons right there. And what that means is just, I don't want to reopen it, which I could, and rechange the shape of my, I could do that. That's fine. Or I can just make it less intense. So I can go over here to that little, right there. I double clicked on that little part of the icon, and then I'm not opening anymore the, hold on, I'm not opening anymore. If I double click on Crystallize, the tool opens up. Then I make big or small crystals. You see that? It's more bigger or smaller crystals. That's what this tool is. So now I'm going, instead, if I click on that little side icon of it, double click, it's a different box that opened up. See, the slider isn't down there? Now it gives me a chance to either make it less opaque, so less of it is affecting the image. That's one choice. Or I can do some blending modes, and I haven't taught you blending modes yet. So if some of you know them from some other class, that's good. But if you don't know them, don't worry. But you can change how this blending mode affects the image. I'm not going to have you guys, I'm not going to teach you blending modes right now. And it doesn't, with this tool, with these filters that I applied, it doesn't matter. But just showing you that it's very different to click there than to click there. Okay? So just be aware. Right now, the only one that's easy to understand, say I turn off, let me turn off the Crystallize one completely. Turned it off. And I go to the Twirl, which really is the one that messed up my image. Well, both Crystallize and Twirl both messed up my image completely. When I double click in here, then I can say, well, I want it to be less opaque. It turns into this transparent kind of weird thing where you see the swirl of, okay, but it doesn't change how much the twirl is twirled. It just makes that layer of that filter be more transparent. Versus if I double click the twirl word, then I can just make that twirl change shaped and be less twirly. Does it make sense? It's two different ways of affecting this image. And again, I'm doing very obvious visual. The way I ever use these filters is in a very subtle way, never the way I'm teaching you. But then you can't show the effect of this so much. So that's what I'm saying. This is either affecting the filter itself, or on this side, making it less intense, transparent. So basically it's not in affecting the image as much. Okay. I'm going to go back to leaving them about 100%, but I wanted to show you that because I don't want you to, when you, depending on where you double click, it makes a big difference, right? So you have to be careful with that, and you need to click on the right side that you want. Versus a blur gallery doesn't have that choice. It's only go back in and modify me. Okay. So now we're going to collapse that and leave all those filters there. And yes, Moni.
Okay. So I did things a little different. So I did the Crystallize and I did the blur and then I did a mask. And so I've tried to put another the twirl effect on it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't give it to me as a listing it underneath it. It lists it right on top of my
Go ahead
little
and share
smart
it.
filter.
It's possible, let me stop my share and show me. It's possible because some of those weren't compatible with each other, which is why
Yeah.
it was being masked out, that it was going, because we did it first and then we masked it out and I said, you can't do that. But if you had switched the order and then you tried to apply the mask, it just went, okay,
Yeah.
do
So
that.
see how it's right? It's here. And then you can see it on here, but it's not listed underneath. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's weird. It did it, but it's not showing it because that's
Yeah,
the,
it shows it just as if it was the mask.
oh, because you applied the filter on the mask. You were selecting the mask when you applied the twirl filter. Go ahead and undo.
Oh,
That's why, because you had the mask selected and you applied the filter to the mask, which you can do. So go back to the,
oh,
go
up
back.
here.
Yeah, but go to undo first.
I did.
Oh, you did. Okay, now that you're selecting there, now apply the filter and yeah, that'll work.
Okay, that's what I did. Okay.
Now go to distort and twirl.
Okay.
Now say, okay, or whatever. And now
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
thanks for pointing that out. Yes, you can apply a filter to the mask itself. And so you had those two little black dots on your mask where you were masking the faces out. For those of you who understand, she was masking the faces out from the effect, and then she twirled that around. So she had those two little lines. That was twirling the mask. Anyway,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
So many different ins and outs, right? Okay. All right, guys. Now you might go, okay, just about everything she's showing me other days was so useful. This is not so useful. Yes, actually, we're gonna let's take our break because I'm not aware how I can't believe how how late it is and that it's time for break. And I'm gonna apply some useful masks when we come back and I'm gonna show you some good stuff. But it's easier to explain the process of filters and how they stack and other on things that are very abrupt like this and very obvious. But we'll go ahead and but just about every filter that we're going to apply in there is going to be affected in this way. It'll stack in there, it'll be reusable, it'll be modifiable, you can minimize it or in the same way. But they are also different. And some are crucial, like the sharpening, and others are, you know, twirl. I've never in my life twirled an image in any real for any real function other than to show a filter. So, okay, let's take a break. What's the time? 10:38. Can somebody do the honors of telling me what 15 minutes means?
10:53.
53 a.m. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, looks like I only sent it to Shamuel. Hold on. For some reason, that went just to one person. So let me send it to everyone now again. Be back at 10:53 a.m. Okay, you got it. I see. Oh, that's why, because Shamuel had just written to me, so then it was like a respond to him. Okay, I got it, Shamuel. Thank you. And you guys, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Have a great break. Right, I'm back. In case you're back too, let me know. Either turn on your videos if you do that, or give me a yes if you're there, but don't normally turn on your videos. Oh, sorry. My had some ice here that melted onto some wood. Okay. We're back. Where I normally put my tea has become a bit more complicated because I added the other monitor for the new computer and I don't want it to spill. Okay. Just wanted to remind you about the Monday, Wednesday class. It's kind of weird. I'm talking to people who are on Zoom, right? But I just wanted to remind you that it's HyFlex. So I will also be at room 3 in person to teach that class. And it would be great if you're the kind of person who's in town and wants to come on over. You can bring your laptop if you have a laptop. If you have a desktop, it's a bit harder, but anyway, it'd be nice to see people. All right. Is everyone back?
Deanna, I tried to enroll during the break and I couldn't find the CRN number. It said no such results. I tried multiple times, so I don't know what's going on.
You might have not had the fall schedule because I did see the numbers increase. Did anyone else who was here sign up with
Yeah,
that
I
number?
did.
You
And
did.
so you have to make sure that you click on the CRN tab to enter the number. Otherwise, it doesn't come up because it's searching for the name, the number as a name. So
That's
make sure
true.
you click on the tab that says the CRN.
Yeah, they've changed the process.
A lot.
Yeah.
I'll look at
So
it again.
basically, let me head over here for a second, and if I were to do that, then this is useful. I'm going to just go FAP is useful for everyone because they have changed the process. So if you try to sign in for a class right now, and since right now, for the first time in eons, I am actually in a class, I do have the student tab. I'm taking a jewelry class, which is so cool. 974 511. So I can show you that for a second. So when you go and as a student, you go register. Here we go. Register for classes. Now when you click on say register for, if you know your CRN, register for classes. I guess because I'm both, so let me show up as a student right now. So over here, you select the term and you say continue. And then here's what Moni is mentioning. Go to enter CRNs. Select the tab.
Okay.
Before you could put the course number here, but that's not. Subject, course number, and level are not the CRN.
That's where I put it, the course number.
Exactly.
Okay.
Course number is not CRN. So I know it's even
Okay.
harder because now we give people CRNs and now they're gonna do that. And the course number is different. So now you go to CRN and that's where you put the course. And
I only know because I did it the wrong way first and go, I know it's in here.
No. And it used to be so clear that what you needed to put is a CRN and that's it. But now,
Yeah,
by
I
the way,
do the same thing.
and once you put the CRN there, it's not done. Then you have to go down to the very bottom here and say submit. Bottom right. So it's so not intuitive as it was already not easy, but now it's even harder. But this is the hardest part that you land here and you can't search for a course here. You can't unless you know exactly the course. Who's gonna know? The course number for this thing is like PMWCR. I mean, it's this really complicated number. This is the course number. MATWA NC003. Who's gonna put that in there? And if you put just the word in, yeah, it's impossible to find. So the CRN, which was always the key to making it easy, now is a little bit more complicated because you need to go from find classes to enter CRN, put the CRN in there, add to summary. It'll go in here summary, and then you'll have to hit submit. Anyway, so there we go.
You
Just,
can also search by the teacher's name. And so
yeah,
that's sometimes
yeah. That's always
You're
been
just
as
not
far as
finding
I'm
it.
concerned, the easiest way. If you know me, then you know, and you know how to spell my name, but it's kind of weird. But you could do that. But advanced search, instructor, and then you put Musa, like you start writing, and then I show up.
This is,
Or you can just scroll.
it's
you can
not
scroll.
meant for Mac people.
Yeah, it's like, and then you search, and then all the classes that I teach show up, and it's like, oh, how cool. But yeah. Anyway, so it's like they're making it like if you understand the process, it's easier and you have everything there, and there's your calendar, and this is a, but if you don't, then it's like it's more complicated. So anyway, I'm not one to try to complain too much.
Diane, if the
Yeah.
class is closed and you put in the CRN number, it doesn't show up either.
It just
At least one of the
okay.
classes I was looking for didn't show up.
That's interesting. Let me see, because my digital sign techniques is closed. So let me see what you're saying.
Yeah, let's see if that works.
So if I put in 44205, let me go back. If I put 44205, add to summary, it does show up digital sign techniques pending, which now I have to be careful because since it's my own class, this can look really weird.
Huh.
They're trying to sign up for my own class. Remove, okay. But yeah, it showed up.
Didn't for me. How
Well, let
about
me
that?
sign in. It'll tell me it's closed, but it will show up, or it should show up. So
I'll have to try it again.
remove, submit. Okay. Phew. It's like, I don't want to make that mistake. It seemed to show up though, but yeah, I don't know. And if I put one in there, what was it, 44205, and then I say add another CRN, another little box shows up, and then you put a second one in. Okay, so it does 2 or 3 at a same time. Okay. All right, I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, because that one is closed and it did let me in. So that's all yeah. Anyway, if you can't take the class at all at this point, let me see. I have 19, so don't worry, Jacob. I think with 19, they'll let it happen. So thank you, you guys.
Okay, sure.
for signing up. But at least you had to know the system. So there you go. So thank you for everyone who just showed up. Hopefully you can use it, and if possible, get something out of it. But yeah, but be sure that when I send you the initial welcome to the class, just tell me, don't bother sending me the emails. Otherwise you'll get Monday and Wednesday emails saying here's the link. All right. Thank you. All right. So back to Photoshop. So now let's go ahead, and I want to kind of leave this photo alone because we've done so much of it. And when I start adding more and more layers, it gets confusing for people. Let's go back to Bridge and open a different one. And the other small one that I was talking about was this one. Okay. And so the reason I'm pulling up these two today is because I wanted to show you the whole tool that's both in Camera Raw and in Photoshop through the Camera Raw filter. So let's go ahead, and it's a JPEG, right? So first we're just going to open it by clicking on the image, and it'll open up in Photoshop. And that's it. Okay. All right. So the whole conversation about resolution, and I told you guys at the very beginning to read a handout. We haven't really gone into that direction of the class this time. But just so you know, this image, since it was texted to me, it's 100%, so it kind of looks okay. But if you zoom into it, and you start seeing all the pixelation, there's like lots of little kind of JPEG artifacts how do I show you JPEG artifacts other than pixelation? Like if I zoom in a little bit more into this lighthouse, you see how there's like lines around the edges? See how there's lines right to the edges of the lighthouse? And all around, it's hard to show you unless I get really big, but if I get really big, it doesn't see. But it's not just pixelation, because I'm seeing the pixels, but you see there's like a disturbance in the air around the lighthouse, disturbance in the force, or something like that. Like it's not just that it's pixelated, because pixelated just would mean that the edges have squares, but there's like little stuff around the edges of that person's hair that's not flyaway hairs. Wherever there's a line, see around this hat, there's like a disturbance in the air. Like you know when it's hot in the summer and you see the little air kind of going up, you know what I mean? On hot items, that's kind of what's happening around the edges. That's JPEG artifacts. Okay. So it's harder to see when there's a lot of other stuff in the middle, but if you go to the edges of something and you begin to look at the edges, you'll see there's like these little lines. That's called a JPEG artifact. Okay. And at 100%, you shouldn't be seeing them. But if you were to want to make this image bigger, those JPEG artifacts are still going to be there. Is your hand up, Moni, for questions for this, or was it from before? Okay, yep. So what's up?
So, you gave the direction and I missed it. So when you're saving the last project we were doing, and it's because it's now the JPEG, what is it you have to save it
As a PSD, and just by
Oh,
saying
okay.
save, it gives you a save as layered file, which is PSD. So it just,
Oh, okay. Okay.
even if you try to save it, it won't save as a JPEG because it knows it's wrong unless you force to
Got
flatten it. It'll give you
Okay.
a PSD. No,
Thank you.
no, you're welcome. Good question. All right. Oh, sorry, back to this one. So that's just to give you an idea of what a JPEG artifact is. Go to any line that should be there, and it's harder. See, here there's dirt, so it's harder to tell, but you see on the edge of her legs. One thing is the pixelated edge. That's just because you're looking at it in bigger than 100%. But this extra little stuff, nope, she doesn't have cellulitis. That is JPEG artifacts. Okay. Here on the edge of this shadow, you can see it again. It's just disturbance. It should be smooth, and it's not smooth. Okay. So the more you compress a JPEG, the more artifacts you get. Okay. So when you text a photo, for the most part, it gets really compressed. And so this is a texted photo and it's very compressed. And that is something that is so hard to get rid of. So if you ever work on a photo, try to get the original. And if they're going to email it to you, have them email it to you in large format and stuff like that, or have them transfer it to you a different way. Can't even go there right now, but definitely trying to work on a photo that's been texted in particular is going to be hampered by that. On top of that, let me head back to Bridge again. It's going to be a small file. So this is a 2000 pixel sideways. It's been cropped. I guess it had top and bottoms, and so it's been cropped. So it's kind of not traditional photo format. But even then, for that amount of pixels, that's almost no size. Like that's less than 1 MB. It's 286 KB. So it's been very compressed, and that's why you're getting all those artifacts. So it would be hard to use it in another image correctly. And so let me give you an example of what I was talking about. I have two images here where I tried putting these people in front of. So one example was these stairs, another example was this road over here. And for any of those images, before we even try it, look at the size of this image. So this one here, this is why when you're trying to composite a photo, you have to consider a lot of stuff in Bridge first, like in the metadata. So if I click on this flower path, right? And I look at the size of it, it's 3,000 pixels wide and 4,000 pixels tall. And it's 4 MB. If I click on this image here, let's just keep to side, 2000 pixels wide. And this one is 3000 pixels wide. So that whole image is going to fit in here, right? So these are going to be little tiny people in this image. Does that make sense? If I open them both together, it's not like you can easily put one into the other just because of how much less information you have in this one. So let's go ahead, and you could avoid that by looking at this before doing it. You would know that already. This is even worse because in this steps here where we could be, walking around, standing in front of this, it's a 6,000 by 8,000 pixel image. So the people are going to be this little tiny little thing right there. Does that make sense? So let's give that a quick try. If I were to select, and let me show you how to open two photos in the same image. Okay, so I don't want to go through the open one, open another, copy and paste. I just want to really quickly open both photos as layers in one image. Okay, so let's click on Flower Path, Dehaze. Then if you're on a Mac, hold down the Command key. If you're on a PC, hold down the Control key, and then click on Select People. So now I have both selected at the same time. You see that? I have Flower Path Dehaze and I have Select People selected. If you got it, in fact, in the past, this would become a big question mark because it didn't know which one to show. Now Bridge is showing you both. So you can see here that you have two selected because you should have two previews. All right. Now they are JPEGs, so I don't have to do anything special. I can just double click on one of them and they will open as two separate JPEGs. And that's not what I want. I want them both. Like, let me just show you. If I just double click right now, they will each open as an independent photo, which is fine. But I was just telling you, I want them to both appear as layers in the same photo. Does that make sense? So to do that, I need to right click on one of them. It doesn't matter which. Then I'm going to go down to oh, where did they put it? Huh. Hello. Hello. Okay. Where's the open as layers? Uh-oh. Is there something missing? Oh, let me go to tools. Hold on. It's under tools. Here it is, Photoshop. Load layers into Photoshop layers. Okay. So forget the right click. Don't do that. Go up to the very top, and I need to reshare so you see my top things. Okay. So there we go. So select both, this one, control or command that one to get both, and then go up to the word tools. Go down to Photoshop and say load files into Photoshop layers. So I'm going to sit here for a minute. And in fact, let me see if I can do a screenshot of this. Nope, it's not letting me do a screenshot. I'm going to have to catch the entire window. Just do Command 3. Okay, so I'll have that screenshot later. Okay, and then open. And now when you open this image, you have two photos. One with two layers with the name of each file. Does that make sense? Now, the problem is that the big one's on top of the bottom one. So let's drag it so that the top one's on top of the big one now. The little one's on top. And now let's do Command minus, and here in what I said, if that bottom image, the big one, was 3000 pixels wide, and the people image was 2000 pixels wide, not the people, but from end to end, then this kind of makes sense. That's about 2/3, 1/3 of the image. Does that make sense? Are we good with that? Let me clear your answers. Some of you guys that I don't see, let me know if this worked for you. Were you able to open your, well, everyone give me a yes. You were able to open the 2 layers. You were able to drag one above the other so that you can see them both. And then you can see how this image here isn't necessarily compatible right now. So here's the thing though. We can change the relative size of this images depending on what we want to do with them in the future. But in the past, had you just stretched this one out, the results would have been horrendous. Now that we're starting with a pretty bad quality tool already, so when we do stretch it out, it won't be a wonderful result, but it'll be better than nothing. Say that this is the photo it needs to go into. Before we do that, just look at these 2 photos. And I'm going to just this is not how we're going to do it, but I'm going to temporarily make this much bigger so that you can see these photos a little bit better. Look at these 2 photos. Once I get rid of all this background, and I put these people standing in front of this area, is that going to work? Let me just really quickly even show it to you. And I'm going to do this. This isn't the correct way to do it, but here. Couldn't this look as if these people are in this path here? I mean,
Where's the sun coming from?
thank you. That was what I was hoping. You guys are getting good. And I've asked this question so many times. Some of you guys are probably looking for and that's what I want you to do. I want you to look for the sun. I want you to look for the light. Is it possible that some sun was hitting us and the rest was in shade? Maybe, maybe. But yeah, this is not a sunny, bright, sunny day. And this other one was. So this wouldn't work. Let me just tell you though, I'm excited. It's in Photoshop Beta, but there is, and I put it up here, there's a new tool in Photoshop Beta that's incredible, and I am kind of waiting for it to show up. This is one of the first times I'm really excited about one of these artificial intelligence tools. You can put 2 photos that don't match, and this tool is called Harmonize, and it's going to make the lighting match. It's incredible. Yeah, I mean, this guy, they put a face on him, like it's obviously not the same person. And after they do the Harmonize, the colors match now. He might still not look like the right person, but it's pretty amazing what this Harmonize does. Anyway, it's supposed to make things like this was a bland photo of these headsets. You put this one on top of that, and then you do the Harmonize tool, and it just matches, like it gives it a shadow. See, this was fighting, just hanging over there, and it settles it in. It gives the light. This light is coming from back there. In the original one, it has no shadow. In this one, it looks like the shadow is gentle coming from there. They made a shadow. I mean, I'm looking forward to that tool. That I think is Photoshop magic. That'll be incredible, because one of the things I've been teaching from the very beginning is how hard it is to make a good composite because of the light. You can't fake the light. Well, guess what? When it comes out of Photoshop Beta, you will be able to fake the light. So anyway, but we don't have that tool yet, unless you have Photoshop Beta. So thank you. Good eagle eye, Rebecca. This wouldn't have worked anyway in this photo, okay? But mainly it wouldn't have worked because of, also, once I get this big enough, so again, I'm just doing this in a very absurd and abrupt way here, say that this is how it did it. Now I'm going to go to 100%. From afar, this looks good. These people are walking on the on that path other than the light, right? But if I go to 100%, and this is where it matters, look at the quality. And can you see? I don't know if on the Zoom you can see, I'm going to make it even bigger, but look at the quality of those flowers. And I'm zoomed in too much to the people. See how they don't match? The quality doesn't match because see all those JPEG artifacts are made even bigger. See that? See all these on the edges? You can't kind of fake that. Look at all the stuff that's in there. All those JPEG artifacts would be in there anyway. So, wait. Cancel. I was trying to make that smaller. So even though you can make things fit, you can make it look good from afar, because from afar, other than the light, this looks okay-ish. I mean, I'm just throwing them in there. But I'm looking at it at 40%. You always have to look something at 100%. It's at 100% where you actually can see the quality of that image, those sharp, beautiful flowers, to this very fuzzy, not good quality face. Does that make sense? So 100% is God, is important. Now,
Diana,
yes.
when I try to enlarge, I'm getting both photos to enlarge.
Yeah. So you probably have both of these selected at the same time. Let me Command Z back to before I did that. If you select
Let's see.
only the top layer
Okay.
and you do Command T, now everyone do this with me, Command or Control T, then you can just pull up, you know, or down or sideways. It doesn't.
Okay, I missed the Command T.
Yeah, Command T. Now,
Perfect. Thank
the
you.
whole point is that this is a very non-productive way of enlarging. There's better ways. This one for sure will give you all that junk that we just saw. But there are other ways to zoom and do a super resolution on a photo. It's just that you need to start with better quality. This one isn't good quality is what I was trying to show you, even from the start. The photo we have is not good quality. So even if you make it bigger, it'll only enhance those problems. So you have to really inspect your photo that you're working with to apply the tools that I'm going to show you to make it better. So I'm going to show you the tools that I would use if I find a photo that originally is good quality. So let's head back to Bridge for a minute. And most of these photos that we have here are relatively high resolution. Okay, in general, most of these are relatively high resolution photos. Some are really high resolution. This one here, the one we've been working with, and this one is bad quality because, as I told you, because it was texted, but this one is not that it's bad quality, but it's a very compressed image. You saw how tiny it looked. Like I couldn't do anything with that one. So we're going to open this one again. So we're going to go back here, not the one that we've been using that is in there with all those weird filters. We're just going to open it as is. And I'm going to show you two ways to get it to become bigger. Like the file itself will not be this size anymore. And then you can use it when you need a bigger image, such like how we needed bigger. If we had tried to put these people in that photo, we would have needed a bigger image to start with. Other than that transform, which is not the correct way, there's two new tools. So I'm going to head over to give an example with the vintage black and white. So let's open it again. And since it's a regular JPEG, by double clicking, it'll open in Photoshop. And let me show you first of all the version in Photoshop. So we're opening it up. Let me actually cancel this. If you're still stuck in this transform, if you didn't say okay or done like that, then I'm going to say no or escape, hit the escape key or say no. So it doesn't happen. Then it lets you move forward. Otherwise, it just sits there and won't let you do anything. Okay, so does it let me know when you have a new version? So none of all the stuff we did to this image, a new version of this little vintage black and white. Give me a yes. And if I lost you in the back and forths, let me know. But I think everyone's giving me a yes, so you're good.
I'm getting the the edited one that we did just now when I click on InBridge, the original.
Okay, so if you're in Bridge and you're clicking on this little guy,
Yes,
JPEG and not the PSD,
right.
the JPEG version, if you double
Yes.
click on the JPEG, it should open separately. And if it's not, then share your screen and I'll see what's happening.
Okay. So I go to Bridge and I
Hold on.
double click.
Sharing a star, but it isn't there again. Okay. Oh, because you have, this one is still in JPEG version. You haven't saved it yet.
Ah, okay, so I want to
Go
save
ahead
this.
and say file save.
Hold on. Okay,
I say yes.
become the PSD, huh?
Save, yeah. And so it'll say, it'll be a PSD. Yeah. So now you can give it
Not
a,
to change anything, right? Just save.
just leave it as a PSD. Say save. Yeah.
Okay.
And say, okay. So now when you go back to Bridge, this one is a PSD. See, and so it won't be an issue anymore. Let's just try that. Go back to, go show me Bridge and
Okay.
open up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Got it.
Let me share again. Okay. So here we are in Photoshop. All right. So I'm at 100%. So this is as big as I can go with this image, at least as far as this is concerned. So now let's turn this into a smart filter. Who remembers how to do that? Walk me through that. Where should I go?
To filters.
Take a copy first. Or
Command J.
For now, let's just, since we're going to make it a smart filter, it's okay. So at this point, I just want to show you duplicating it. Well, I guess I should have a sample of the small one. You're right. Okay, so Command J. Let's make a copy and let me double click on that original one and call it a background and call it original. You can unlock it first, actually, first. Double click on layer 0 and call it original. You're right. That's not a bad idea. I was just going to do it directly on that, but you're right. That way we have a sample to commit to. And then this one here, we're going to go up to filter, just for Greg was saying, we're going to convert for smart filters. Okay, and here we go. So now make sure you're selecting that copied one, the layer 1. And I'm going to show you 2 different ways to make it larger. One is in the neural filters. Let's head over to neural filters. Make sure you have it made into a smart filter first. Then go to filters, neural filters. All right. I told you these were the beginning of artificial intelligence, just started a few years ago. They're still working on them. They keep making new ones and stuff, but these are the ones that they have in functioning right now. And then there's a wait list here where people keep asking for things that they want. And so they're working on them. And if you're interested in one of these, you would say, I'm interested. And then that gives them feedback. And then they come back and work on it. But the filters that they have right now, when you first open them, these take up quite a bit of space in your computer. So they're not loaded. So say that you want to use one of these, you would have to load it. And by the way, here's the harmonization beta. So I would try it. I'm not going to try it in class, but if you guys want to play with it and try it and see how it works, that would be good. But the one I'm looking for is this one, the Super Zoom. Now this one isn't in beta. Beta means they're testing them. The Super Zoom, they're not testing them anymore, but it's not loaded into your computer until you turn it on. So I'm going to turn this one on. Okay. And if you don't have it in existence and it's not something there, then you might see a little cloud. You might need to download it. So say you want to try this one, you have to click on that and it'll download into your computer. But if it's available and you just need to turn it on, then it'll turn on over here. Well, the first thing is that down here, I have a choice called remove JPEG artifacts. Now you know what a JPEG artifact is. Remember, we just talked about them,
Mhm.
those little things
Mhm.
that appear on the edges. Now, we didn't inspect this one up closer to see if it has JPEG artifacts, but it probably does. What this one has, it's an old photo though, and it's gonna look, well, here, let's cancel out of this for a second so we can explore this in bigger. Let's cancel for a second because I know what it looks like, but you don't. So let's make it bigger, not by making it bigger, but just by zooming in more. This is 100%. Let's zoom in 100% and 200%. So I'm doing Command plus, remember, going up to the Command or Control and then going up to the plus. And then I'm zooming in again. Now this one, I'm not seeing much in the way of JPEG artifacts. See all those little things that I told you to be aware of on the edges are not there. It does have a lot of pixelation. That's only because I'm zooming in, but see how there's not those weird little disturbances of the air around the lines? That means that there's not much in the way of JPEG artifacts in this image. Does that make sense?
Mm.
So that's the difference. This one is pixelated right now because I'm zooming in versus on the select people here, when I zoomed into it, let me go there. That's when you started seeing not just the pixelation, but that extra little edge around stuff. Okay. The extra little disturbance in the air. That's the JPEG artifact, not the fact that it pixelates itself. Okay. All right. So back to this one. So this one doesn't seem to have JPEG artifacts. It does have a lot of speckles and stuff like that. But the place where I do see some weird stuff is around the mouth of these kids, in particular this thing, and I know because I already did this. So there's just, it's a very small image, so there's not many pixels defining his lips, right? So when you zoom in, you can tell there's like a white line of pixels defining his bottom lips. I guess some light must have fallen on it or something, and that's all you have defining his lips. And I'm just warning you that because you'll see that once this one gets handled by the zoom, that's the place where we're going to have issues that I don't like. But anyway, but this is the tiny, tiny, tiny image that you can't do anything with. In fact, so tiny, let me copy and paste it into this image. If I were to bring it in here, that's how tiny it is in comparison, right? It's really tiny. So now back to, let's go to Neuro Filters again and go back to Super Zoom. So basically we might or not need to remove artifacts, but it doesn't really matter too much if we do, because this image doesn't have much remove artifacts, so we don't need to bother with that. But if you look between this one and this one, already there is something called Enhance Image Details that's turned on. It has a lot of noise. Noise is all these, I'm zooming in over here, all these little speckles that are in the background. That's noise. So I could go ahead and click on this to the right and request more noise reduction. I could request it to be sharpened, but right now I'm gonna just like get the base sections with nothing, enhance face details. I'm gonna just like not touch any of those. We're gonna see the differences, and all I'm gonna do is zoom the image in. Now, what does that mean? Let me bring this one back here to 100%. Look at this number here, way down there. So this is telling me that this image is, hell, I need to move this in the zoom window is, zoom window is, hold on, I need to do something about what I'm sharing so you can see this better. Give me a second. Okay.
Mine's showing pixels.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I just,
Is that what we want?
yeah, I can't do anything about it until I stop. Let me
Oh.
clear. Okay. I had my tools getting in the way, and I couldn't, you didn't see them because they're not being shared, but my tools are getting in the way. Okay, now I'm ready to start again. So down here, it says, for me, it says 742K kilobytes, megabytes. When you click on this thing, you can change what it's showing you, but now it's grayed out because I'm in the middle of this super resolution. So if I cancel again to get out of it, so I'm out of that mode again. Over here, you can choose what it shows you. So it can show you document sizes, document profile, document dimensions. That's the pixels. Okay. So document dimensions is a good one because what we're about to change with this tool is the document dimensions. We're going to add pixels to it. So you can either do this and see how many pixels is that now and how many pixels it have later, or you can go to document sizes and you'll see that the file size becomes bigger because when you double the pixels, you're going to double the file size. Does that make sense? So either one works, document sizes or document dimensions. Maybe document dimensions is going to be a bit clearer because you'll really see the 396 by 640 change to a much bigger number. So let's leave it in that one. Yes, Rebecca?
Mine is grayed out.
Yeah, because you were in the filter. That's why I said leave the filter.
Mm-hmm. So how do I leave the
So
filter?
go down here in the bottom right. Good question. And say cancel.
I've done that.
Okay. If you've done that and you're in, you don't have any okay or thing that needs to be handled, then this should be good. But if it's still grayed out, then
Well, it says, are you satisfied with the results? But it's grayed out, so I can't respond.
oh, you're in the filter then still, if it says that you're satisfied with the results.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me go back to repeat what you're doing. So, where was I? I'm in super zoom in here. So you probably said okay instead of cancel. So all of this is grayed out for you? None of this?
I can do document, I can do cancel, but the super
But
zoom side is grayed out. I
I
can't.
want you to cancel.
I've done that,
And when you cancel,
and then I go
disappear.
back. It's
It
still.
doesn't disappear. Okay, then share your screen. So let's see what's happening. Because when you cancel a filter, the whole thing should be disappearing. So let's see what's happening. There's maybe something still being processed. Okay, so when you hit the cancel, show me what happens. There you go. You canceled out of it.
Okay, then I go back up to filter.
No. Then no. Then
Oh, okay.
you go down here, and this is what I was showing. That little arrow lets you change what you read in there. And someone mentioned they were seeing pixels, and I was seeing that. So I was showing that document dimensions shows you the pixels, document sizes shows you the size of your file in your computer, so to say. So it's two different ways. Dimensions, click on dimensions now. And
And
then
I'm getting that in inches.
pixels. What's that?
I'm getting that in inches under dimensions.
Click on that arrow again, please, Rebecca. Let me clear all that pink stuff. Okay, so you have, usually it would say documents in inches. So you're saying document dimension is showing in inches and that's it?
Mhm.
Because it should normally, I thought it had a choice for document in inches, because over here we're seeing pixels and not inches. Maybe the settings, the default settings of your computer
Maybe so.
are set in inches. You could right click on this and change that, but it's okay. Whatever you see it in, I don't
Yeah.
care. If it's in
Okay.
inches or if it's in pixels. If you're seeing it in inches, you might as well click on that and see it in the top one in the document sizes. It's better. Whichever one you're seeing, keep an eye on it or do a screenshot of it or write it down because it's going to change. Okay.
Mhm.
Whichever one you're seeing it in, it doesn't matter. Yes, Karen? Karen?
Yeah, I got lost. I canceled out the neural filter, super zoom, and I lost all the on the sidebar where you could move everything. So I don't know what I did wrong.
Go ahead and share your screen. I mean, if you cancel that, you shouldn't be seeing your neural filters at all, but because you cancel out of all neural filters, that's correct. But
Yeah.
when you're saying the sidebar,
Things there.
that confuses me.
What it is. There's really no classic indicator.
Oh, are you still there? Whoever just joined us in my iPhone? Shoot. I just wanted you to know that I just let someone in that was on an iPhone, but I was in the midst of doing stuff, so I didn't get a chance to tell them to put their name in. And they just said in the chat directly to me, "Hi, I'll catch up on a video." Like they just showed up for attendance, and guess what? iPhone said that to me. I don't know who that person was. So if you ever do show up, please, you have to change your name, especially when you're on a phone, because on the computer your name comes up. And don't leave or insist that you need attention right now, because now I don't know who showed up. I can't give that person attendance, even though they did what I asked them to do. All right. So you're good. You left the neural filters. That's what I wanted. What else seems to have disappeared? I wanted you to leave the neural filters. I wanted everyone to look at this down here. Way down here.
Okay.
Right down there. Okay. And if you go to this little arrow right there, it changes what you see. And yours was already in document dimensions. Some people have it in document sizes. I don't know anymore which is the default one. So that's gives you different information. And what I'm about to do to this in the neural filters is going to change our document size and dimensions. Size is the file size in your computer. Dimensions is how many pixels, or in the case of, was it Mike or Gerard who said, if for them it's in inches, so it's whatever.
I was able to change that in the preferences.
Yeah, there you go. Good. So wow, you're learning. Me just saying it and you're doing it. I love that. Okay, so that's where we are. You're in the right place, Karen. Now you can leave it in sizes or dimensions. I don't care. I just want you to, wherever you leave it at, to look at it, because this number is going to change. Okay, because in both of them it's going to change. And now go back into the neural filters. Okay, you just couldn't access these when you were in the neural filters. So now let's go back up to filter and neural filters, and I am going to now stop your share and continue sharing my own. Here we go. Neural filters. All right. So over here, 396 by 649. And in fact, I'm going to do a little screenshot. That way later I can put that in the demo. All right. So I'm going to go to super zoom. And I'm going to leave the rest of this untouched. I just want to deal with a super zoom. I don't even want any of the enhancements. And I'm going to go here to this little plus sign that you see right there, and see how it says zoom image 1x. So this is 1:1. And I'm going to click on this one time, and it goes up to being 2x. You see that?
I'm still grayed out.
Did you turn on the super zoom?
Yep.
So you went over here and you clicked on this.
Ah, no, you
Okay.
got it.
I turned this one on. Now I went to 2x. Watch for a second. Don't do anything else. Head over here. And the amount of pixels, if you're looking at pixels, or the amount of file size should be pretty much doubled. Does that make sense? Yeah, hopefully you wrote it down somewhere. I didn't, but I made a little screenshot of it on my desktop. And let me pull it up into the share. Hold on, I need to add that little window to the share. Here we go. So it used to be 396 pixels by 640. So it about doubled. See down there, Photoshop? Because I made it double the size. Now, literally my pixels, I have added double the pixels. I have zoomed in, and the quality, if I look at it now, say that I'm at 50%. I was at 100% before, but I'm now at 50 because this image doubled. So I can go up here and I can go Command 1 again, or actually Command plus to get it to 100%. That's 100% now. It doubled in size. I have doubled the photo in size. Does that make sense? And when I look at it, what's that?
Yes and no. Yes, it makes sense, but how does it do it?
Oh, well, yeah, something back there. So now I'm looking at it at 100% again, but I'm looking at a photo that's twice as big as before. And I look at it and I go, do I like it? Do I not like it? What do I think? What's happening? Now, what I haven't used is any of the other remove, and I'm just showing size right now. And then I can go, well, I want it even bigger than that. I'm going to click on the plus size again. Now it's 3x. And I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to go 4x. I'm going to just jump and I'm going to go straight to 4x. And if I look at the sizes now, I'm at 1500 by 2600. I'm going to zoom in again twice. Command plus and plus. Now I'm at 100%. Look at how much bigger I'm making this image. Just because over here, oh, I didn't mean to. It went, there, I went. I need to leave it in command 4x. When I did the plus, I ended up plussing it here and I was going to 8x or whatever. So here at 4x, pretty cool.
What's the limit on this?
I think 8, but I'm not sure. But I haven't used it in a while. It used to be 8. Let me see. No, it keeps going. That's crazy. Well, I'm going to stop because I really don't want to kill my computer with having it calculate something so big, plus I'm doing Zoom, that it'll crash. But yeah, it used to be 8, but now I just noticed that I could go up to 12, and that's when I stopped and kept going down. It probably can go even more than 12. I don't know. Now, yes, the quality will degrade only for a bit, but like it's not that it's degrading. Those lips were already bad. Like his bottom lip is doing some weird stuff, but remember I showed it to you. It's working with what it had, and what it had was a white line for the lips before, remember? So it's doing what it can, but it's doing pretty good. But wouldn't you agree? So this is that neural filter that you can go up to 4x. This same tool is called super resolution. I showed it to you. Some of you might remember when I showed it in Camera Raw a while ago. And you could go up one time, then you had to save the file. You could open it again and go up another time. Maybe Moni remembers. Some of you guys who are old hats at this with me. And we did it again repeatedly. We could get up to 8 times. They've taken that feature off. They put it in a different place inside of Camera Raw. And now you can go 2 times bigger. And then if you still want it bigger, you again have to close it and open it. So here in the neural filters, you can keep choosing how many percentages. So it's the same tool. It gives you the same results. I tried yesterday and I got the exact same results on one or the other without any of these enhancements, just on the basic super resolution. It gives you the exact same results. But here you can choose how much you want in just one movement. So suddenly something that's better to do here than in Camera Raw. Okay. Let's see if I try to enhance, for example, face details. I'm going to click on enhance face details. So now it's processing. And it gave me back quite a bit of noise that it hadn't given me before, because enhancing details makes things sharper. So the noise got sharper. So watch, keep an eye for, if you can, on this. I don't know if you can tell when I turn this off. See how everything here smoothed out? You guys do it. Click on enhance face details and you'll see everything getting grittier again, because in part, the fact that everything was made flat is because the noise got reduced. When you enhance the details, the noise gets enhanced again. And yes, it makes things sharper, but it also brings back the noise. So it's up to you whether you want more of that or not. If we turn that off, basically noise reduction and sharpen, the more noisy reduction you do, and I'm going to go really crazy, it's going to look like it's made out of plastic. It's going to have like no features whatsoever. See, look, it's like this bizarre little halo thing that just happened when I took all the noise out. I'm going to get rid of that. Versus if I sharpen a ton, Now it's going to be ridiculously gritty. It's scary. Look at what's happening to his mouth. It's kind of like one of those death masks or whatever. It's horrible. So you have to, and I'm bringing, you have to just maybe work with these gently, but enhanced face details is noise reduction and sharpen at the same time. As I said, when you have JPEG artifacts, this is pretty useful. Right now, we don't have JPEG, so it won't make much difference. But you'll play around with all these details until you think you got to the place that's best. I'm gonna like, by the time I did all of this, I've lost his chin. His chin now has turned into part of his neck because I've done too much beyond what the photo can do. Okay. So I'm going to let go again of these things, and I'm going to bring this down. I think I'm just going to stick with the original. I played around with this one, and even though there's not much definition here beneath his chin, it doesn't look so weird before where it came one big mono block. So anyway, it's funny, you have all this really nice detail on her dress, but I guess the camera focus, whatever it was in the time it was taken, has nothing under his chin. It's like, oh, it just melds into the neck. All right. So we've played around with a bit. That's how much I want to go with 4 if I wanted it even bigger. And I'm going to go say 2 more times to 6x. And this is what you can do with photos that were texted to you or tweeted to you, or it used to be that if you put an image on the internet with low resolution, people couldn't steal it from you. But with some of these tools now, you can put one of your low resolution images on the internet. And there's even better ones out there outside of Photoshop that can take your photo and enhance the resolution, and they could still maybe be able to show it good enough to pass it as theirs. So it's good and bad as everything. These tools are good and bad. But look at how many pixels I have suddenly. 2000 by 4000 pixels, and we had started at 368 by 640. So that's ridiculous how many times I've gone 6 times bigger. And that image is pretty much almost the same as what it started like. It's crazy. So the thing is, do you want to, when you say okay to this, it's going to give you a choice how to output it. And in this case, you can do a new layer or you do a new document. It's so much bigger that it makes sense for it to be a new document. So I'm going to leave it at new document, and I'm going to say okay now. So now I have this image, which is the very super enhanced image, and I'm going to select it and copy it just so you can see. This is the original one that I brought in. I'm going to paste in. This is the one that I just created. Pretty amazing. Incredible.
Incredible.
Incredible. Okay. So how I did this doesn't matter. It's just for me to show you how much of a difference between that. And it's still, yeah, his bottom lip looks a bit weird. His chin looks a little weird. It's just that it was there already. We couldn't tell because it was so small. But other than that, this is amazing. Okay. So since I made it into a new file, here it is, Untitled 2. I can now say Command S or File Save, and I'm going to give this one the same name, which was Vintage BNR Smart, whatever. But I'm going to call this one, or you don't have to, you can call it Black and White Neural Filter Super Zoom. Times, I think did I choose 6 or 8 times bigger in the end? I think I did it only 6 times bigger. I can't remember. I'll say okay. So now I'm going to take a picture, a screenshot of this with the new pixel dimensions, so to say. And I'm gonna post this. I mean, I have so many things I'm sharing that I need to stop the share and start again. Just bring it down to just these 3 things I'm sharing. Go back to in here, and I'm gonna say, Yana, neural filter super zoom. Use it to change the size of your image, as in add pixels. The images that are too small to use for your composites can be enhanced in size in a way that leaves it looking pretty good. We increased the size 6 times on this one. It went from being 300 pixels wide to 2,376 pixels wide. I'm just citing one of the numbers. Okay. So, oops, I got a typo there. Edit that, filter, super zoom. Okay, and then, I didn't show the filter itself. No. Now notice, go back into it, neural filters and super zoom, and here was that tool. So now I'm going to super super zoom neural filter. Hi, Barbara. Thanks for joining us.
I lost the link. I just now found it. I don't know where it went. I don't know how I found it.
Should have gotten an email this morning with it.
I did, and I went that. I thought I clicked on it, and it just disappeared. It was something I did.
Oh well.
I'll watch the recording.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so here we go. I have so many open things right now, and I make sure that you're all clear with your files and how it's going. But yeah, so now if that was opening the file from scratch, doing it inside of Super Zoom. Okay. Now remember I told you there's 2 ways of doing this? Who remembers? And I said that the results were the same when I tested them yesterday. So this one we did as a filter, okay? So I'm going to call this one neural filter super zoom. Okay. Although since we had it happen to a new document, it didn't end up being in here, but that's true. How about, I'm going to do exactly the same thing again. Give me a second here, but I'm going to tell it, this is just to have it in, I'm going to do, and this time I'm going to export it to as a new layer. Let's see if we can do that and see how it reads it. I'm going to say okay to that. Oh no, I didn't. Hold on. I applied it differently. Super zoom. Need to go up by steps, otherwise it doesn't. Hello? Someone's okay. So here we have that same image, right? I just went up, say, when I said new layer instead of new document, and I say, okay. So I did the same thing we did before. But here's the problem. My file size is the size of my original, my canvas size is the size of the original image. And so this is the size of that face now. And see how when I hover over layer 1, it shows me an outline of how big the photo is now. But it can be shown because the canvas of this image is so tiny. Does that make sense? So I have to change the canvas size to make it be as big as the filters, or I can actually go to crop and enhance my crop. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but just trying to show you what hold on, what is that's happening. It's just that I'm uncropping it, so to say. I'm making the canvas bigger so that I can actually now see the photo. And now that's the big one, and this is the tiny one. You see that? Anyway, here's the tiny one, and here's the big one. Just gently showing you why we couldn't see it, not for any other reason. But anyway, I don't need you to do that. I just wanted you to see why I had to make it into a new document. It didn't make sense to put it in the same document.
Oh, okay.
The image
True.
wouldn't have been big enough. Does that make sense? Most other changes can be left as a new layer, except for this one, because this one didn't make, I'm gonna undo that. Just wanted to show you that. There's no need for explaining why it wasn't a different, why I turned it into an image. Okay. Now, so that's one way to do it in NeuroFilters. Now, if you can still, we can close some of these, but if you can, I'm gonna not save that one. I left the original one already. So I'm gonna close that one. This is the one that we just created, right? So I'm gonna delete that one. I want us to go back to the one where we opened 2 layers. And Barbara, so that you can catch up, if you go to everyone, if you guys don't remember where this is, and if you have too many things open, this is the one that we opened 2 different layers. And I'm gonna, by the way, get rid of these because these are examples I was giving you, where we opened 2 layers and we went to bridge. Barbara, go ahead and select this, select people, and this flower path, these 2. And then we went up to tools, Photoshop, and load files into Photoshop layers. That's what we did.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. So that's how we're there. And I'm looking at, we're going to have the issue on this one, that the light. What time is it? I'm looking at the schedule. Give me a second. Okay. I have a bit of time still, because I wanted to know whether to put it in a better photo where the light is good, or because on the stairs, the picture of the stairs, guys, in this one, when you do it correctly, it looks great. Us standing in there, it looks great because the lighting is correct. But we already have this one open. And what I want to do, because I'm just having a bit of fun, if we have time, I want to try that beta harmonize to see what it does to the light. So let's do it on this one since we already have this one opened, okay? Select your people. Let's just make sure that you've got select people chosen, and let's remove background. So it's going to leave these little people just hanging there. Okay. We're all good. All right. Now, let's, just to make things easier, since we're not going to need this mask, and I rarely have you guys collapse the masks, but I kind of want to make this just focus on the process of super resolution. Let's actually collapse this so that the mask disappears. And for those of you who aren't very aware of masks, what's happening here is that this mask is hiding all that background, the ocean, the cliff that came behind that photo. But I'm not in this photo going to want that background anymore. So one way to do that, there's so many different ways, but one way to do that is to try to grab the mask and trash it, or say right click and apply layer mask. If you try to trash it, it'll say, should I apply? Or if you right click and say apply, it becomes I've totally destructive, okay? I've lost that background, but I'm okay. I'm doing this because I'm trying to teach you a different thing. Does that make
Hey,
sense?
Diana, I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, on mine, when it removed the background, it still left some dirt between you and the guy on the far left.
Yeah, it's not
You know?
perfect, but since I'm trying to, yeah, you can keep it, but I'm trying to show you the other tool and I don't want so much.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't want so much stuff.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point that when I give my examples, when there's too much stuff happening, it
It's
becomes
too confusing. Yeah.
it's I don't get confused with 85 layers, but when I try to teach and I have 85 layers, I notice that it gets confusing to people. So in a way, but
Okay.
if you want to keep it, keep it. But I'm also showing how you would that once you inspect it and it looks good, you could apply that layer mask. I never do because I always want to go back and make it better. But that's how you do it if you wanted to do it. This is how it would happen if you had removed it in a different image and then brought it in. Like if I had opened just these people, removed the background here, and then just copied the people and brought them in here to composite them, right? Then this is how it would have been. But you would have just brought the people, but you would have done you would have really cared for the edges. Right now, we've got what we've got. All right, so the second way of using that same tool, I didn't mean to bring a guide down here, is by using Camera Raw filter. So remember I told you that the Camera Raw has this tool too. So say that I went from Bridge and opened an image in Camera Raw directly, I could do it directly from Camera Raw, but I'm already in Photoshop. I don't want to go all the way back to Camera Raw, open it in Camera Raw, right click, open in Camera Raw. It's a JPEG, remove the super resolution, then copy it, then bring it. No, I'm in Photoshop. It's here and I want to use the Camera Raw tool. How do I do that? By going up to filter and converting for smart filters. Remember, if it's a smart filter, you got to convert it into a smart filter first. Same thing we did before. Once it's a smart filter, now we go to filters and we choose Camera Raw filter. Camera Raw filter. Are we all good? Just like the other filters we used, neutral, neural. And it shows me my layer. That's it. Now, like, if I go to detail, no, is it in detail? Nope. Oh, I wonder if in the filter, you know what? It's not in the filter. Let me make sure that I'm doing it. Give me a second. Don't follow me with this one. I think that this tool might not be yet. Let me open it directly in Camera Raw, the stuff that I said I didn't want to do. Yep, there it is. It's not, it's in the detail of the real Camera Raw, but in the filter, it's not there yet. So I take my words back. You can do so many things in the Camera Raw filter. I'm back to where you guys are. But under the detail section where they should have that, because it just moved. It used to be in a different place. It used to be down here. So anyway, it's still doable, but they don't have it in the filter version of it yet. Okay, so the filter version doesn't have the super resolution. So forget what I said. Let's go and do it the long way, which is, let's say cancel. We're not going to do it here. And let's go back to Bridge and do the resizing, but well, let's do it in before we get into that layer of Photoshop.
Deanna, I haven't been able to dump the background on the people.
Well, since it doesn't matter because we're not going to do it that way.
All right.
But when we get back with the bigger one, then we'll dump the background on it.
Okay.
Do it again. So let's go back to Bridge. See, I didn't know that it wasn't in the filter, so I learned things. Okay. The filter has almost everything that Camera Raw on its own has. but I don't have a list of the few things it doesn't, and now I'm gonna put that one on the list. It doesn't have the super zoom, but I think it's only because it's really new that it will be there later. Okay, so everyone go to Bridge, select people as a JPEG. So to open it in Camera Raw, how do we open it in Camera Raw?
Right click.
Right click.
Right click, open in Camera Raw. Cool. So here I have that same image. Now let's go to detail. And here we have just one little check mark here called super resolution. Click on that. Oh, and I forgot to show you the size. So let's turn this off. Let's look at the file size. Can you see here? Down here. You can read. Let me just put a little circle as to what you need to read right now. Here we go. See here, it says that this image is 2000 pixels by 900 pixels and 1.9 megapixel size. You see that number there? Okay, so when I click on the super resolution, it went up to 4080 by 1836, 7.5 megapixels. See how it duplicated? Did that work for everyone? It was simply turning it on. That's all it did. Now, notice that the one that we did before in the neural filters had like sharpening and denoise and other stuff. And this is in that same section. Here I have the sharpening tools. Here I have the manual noise reduction. It doesn't say things specific like face detail or enhanced detail, but it's in the same area of tools because it's about the same idea. Does that make sense? It's the same type of tool. It doubled it up. Now, even though it doubled it up, you can't go more than double in Camera Raw. And this is the same as it used to be. You had to go double, you had to say done, then you had to open it up again and then double it up again to get 4. Does that make sense? So if we want it bigger than just double, let's just say done right now. So my select people right now is double the size that it used to be. It used to be 1,000 or something like that. Is it? Now it's 4,000 by 1,800. Like it's doubled in size. I've closed it. Now and this is the part that I don't know. Last time we had to export it as a DNG and then open it up again. And I think that that's probably what's going to happen now, because if I open it up again, it's still going to say that it's been done. Yeah. So unless you know that you only need double, we're going to have to go and do like resave this one, export to DNG, open it up again, double it again, open it up, double it again. So I'm not even going to bother doing that because of the time of the class. If you just need double, this is good enough. If not, just use the neural filter where you can go as big as you need. Does that make sense? I trust me when I said that I tried them last night. I did this photo in both tools and I got the same results as far as quality. Okay. Now, the one thing though is that this one here does have JPEG artifacts. So let's go back to Photoshop. And this is why I don't want to have to just go back and forth and do it 3 times, because I want to show you what happens to the JPEG artifacts in the neural filter. Okay? Because that's where it changes. Because in the neural filter for the vintage black and white, oh, that's in the vintage black and white, there were no it's multiple JPEG artifacts in it, but this one does have it. So just to clarify that we're on the same page, just so you know, what we did in Bridge left us with a double the size image, okay? And if I were to get rid of those enhancements, it would go back to being half. Like if I were to say right click and we did at the very beginning for some images, and then I would develop settings and clear the settings, that's going to go back to being half the size, because that was a thing done in Camera Raw that here is non-destructive. Does that make sense? In Camera Raw, it's not destructive. And just to show that to you, and I'm going to do that, which means I'm undoing what I just did. If I were to clear these settings, look at this number here, you guys. Clear the settings. Now my image is back to being 2000.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It was a
Mhm.
non-destructive change. It was in Camera Raw, everything is non-destructive. Versus in Photoshop, the one that I did, since I created a new document, back to Bridge here. The new document that I created that's 6 times bigger, I can't undo that. That new document is now 6 times bigger. Does that make sense? Now, had I created it in the same layer, yeah, that image would have a layer that's much bigger and the image that's the same size. But basically that document now can't be undone. I can't go back and say, this document, please go back and be small, because I exported it as a big image. Does that make sense? So it's not destructive in that the original is still small, but that solution of a bigger file is now its own file, as a separate file. Does that make sense, you guys, what I'm talking about? Yes, no, maybe. Give me a yes, give me a can you explain that again? How does that explanation? Yes, no, maybe? Kind of. Okay, I'm getting some yeses now. If I'm getting any no's, or if you want me to explain it a bit better, just let me know. But there's no, I can go back and undo in Bridge the effect, but I can't undo. Sorry, I had a big thing happening, but I can't, I mean, I can only undo this, but it's not destructive in that it did it to a different layer, but it's not there. Okay, so back to Photoshop. So here we have, does everyone have this with the two people? So now it does matter, by the way, to get rid of the background. Jacob, so you said you hadn't been able to get rid of the background. So let me undo this so that I can show you again how to do that. Here we go. So for anyone who, if you're where you were, don't redo this. But over here, what I did is I went on the select people layer. I went to the contextual taskbar and hit remove background. Do you not see your contextual taskbar, Jacob?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have removed the background, but I still have the masking layer. I can't.
Oh, so you didn't get remove okay. So now let's you can right click and say apply that layer.
Oh, apply. I did delete. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Now there's nothing left. Okay, now this one, if we look at it 100%, guys, so we're at 39%. Let's go ahead and do Command 1. Little ants on the road. Looks pretty good. But if we were to keep zooming in, Command plus, plus, plus.
Hey, Diana, I'm sorry, where do you find apply layer?
Okay,
Apply the layer?
I did a right click here. Let me go back. You have to be one
You just right click to that
You right
section.
click on the layer mask. So not, you have to be on the layer mask itself. On the mask, you right click on it and then apply that layer mask. Let me just show you if another way to do it, just because some of you did it over. I don't want to know another. That's the best way to do it. But if I were to grab not the layer, not the pixels, but the mask itself and try to trash it, right? Then it would say, well, do you want to apply it before removing or not? Because sometimes you trash it because you don't want that layer mask anymore. Then you're going to say, no, delete it.
Oh,
But if
okay.
you say apply, it applies. Does that make sense?
And what's add mask to selection? Because what I noticed is when I clicked on remove background a second time, it removed more of the dirt I was complaining about. Can I add mask to selection?
Yeah, so if you have another selection and then you add this mask, you can increase it. So say I had a selection of the tower and that, then that's how you combine masks. But if you already,
Yeah, but it's still not letting me apply this edited layer mask. That's weird.
okay, go ahead and share your screen, because now you might be in a situation that I can't visualize anymore. You know,
But it shouldn't be. Okay.
I don't know. I need to see it. Sometimes you just need to see. For me, sometimes when the explanation doesn't suffice, then I need to see it.
Mhm. Just move that down. Can you see my screen?
I'm seeing your screen, and now when you try to
Do you
apply,
want me- do you want me to open the history?
no, I mean,
Oh,
you
so anyway, I
something
right
didn't
click.
work.
So I
Oh,
right click and
okay, stop. I know why. So there you go. That's why I need to
Hmm.
see it. You converted this into a neutral, into a filter already. You know, you were the one who hadn't wanted to
oh,
get rid of it before, but then you converted it into a smart filter. So now you can't affect it. You've protected it. That's why you can't apply the mask now
oh,
anymore. Before I
okay.
had
So I have
people
to just
apply the
I have
mask
to just
first.
leave it as this new mask.
Yeah, let me see. Now I'm curious. Will super resolution work on the mask as well? I don't know. I'm curious. Go ahead and back out. Now I need to test that, but I don't have the time left to test it. Remember that I told people to apply the
Right.
mask first and you said, well, what if I don't want to? Well, it's just that right now, once
Well,
it's
I did apply it afterwards, and so I didn't realize. And then
yeah.
um,
Because
and
the
then
whole
just leave
point
it at
of
the end.
a whole point of a smart object is it protects your image from being affected, and this is it protects it from being destructed. It becomes completely everything is going to be non-destructive to it,
Well,
and
you know what?
the layer mask is extremely destructive. You basically get rid of the background, so it won't
Okay.
do that to a.
So maybe I should just forget about the extra dirt it removed, and if I
Okay.
go back to
Yeah, go
convert to
back
smart
to
object.
convert to smart object, and let's see what dirt you're talking about, and let's see.
So yeah, this dirt just appeared again,
Oh, okay.
right? And a
Well,
little bit of that dirt,
go one
but
up,
that's okay.
go one back,
And
go one up before you
to
go
a free
to the smart
transform.
object. Yeah, yeah. And I haven't even checked on mine. Is that happening in mine too? Do I have dirt? No, in mine I don't have
No,
dirt.
yours is was a clean. That's when I noticed yours was a
Yeah.
clean selection, and mine was a little dirty.
Yeah, but now I got curious to see mine. But you have a mask right there. So go into your mask. Go into your
To the
mask.
mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grab a little brush.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
make it a
that
little
is a
bit
small
bigger.
brush.
Yeah, make your
Brush
brush.
size.
Go
Let's
to
see. A minute.
go to
Okay, here's the
your,
brush.
go ahead and make sure you have black ink.
Um,
This is for those of you who remember how to, yep, there we go. Click on that little arrows, yeah, and then make your brush bigger with the bracket keys if you want. And then just delete that little bit. And you can delete it. Keep going. It's too tiny. Make it really, make it,
yeah.
just
I'm
going,
trying to increase brush size, but when I
go to your
do
bracket,
that on my keyboard, should I go up high?
go up high, yeah. But if you go on your keyboard, it's so tiny, it'll take many, many, many clicks. So yeah, go on the left side, you have a number on the left where you see the number 13.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank you.
Make it much. That's maybe, yeah, you don't know how big it is until you go down there now. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, that's
Make
fine.
it a little bit small.
Now that it's that
size
big,
all right.
it'll change much faster. Yeah, and then just kind of delete it that way. And you know, you might have stuff in between two people. You might need to fix it a bit more. I don't know how bad it is. Yeah, I see it's quite a bit bad. Why would yours have given you such a bad solution? Do you have an older operating
No,
version? Because you also
no, it's all.
you also
I
have it between,
updated the
you also
software
have it between the
today.
legs of the other people and between the two bodies. You have quite a
Oh
bit.
yeah, yeah, I
And
know. It just, but
so
when yeah, go ahead.
just for this example, don't worry too much. You can go and fix
Just
it later. I want to keep moving with
I'll just
the tool that I want to
okay.
teach, but yeah.
All right. Thank you, though.
Karen, you're welcome. Karen? You're muted, so I don't know what you're saying. You're still muted.
When you said to go back to Bridge, I just killed my Photoshop rendition. I did everything. Increasing it. I don't know, I think we increased it 4 times and everything. But now I can't go back. I look at my notes and you're supposed to be
Open
able
your
to
screen.
click it.
I'll walk you through it. Open your screen, share your screen. I mean, not open your screen.
Yeah, I got
Share your
myself locked out. It won't let me go to
Share your screen and I'll figure
where
you
you
out.
said to go to layers and go all this kind of stuff. I'm looking at my notes and everything.
Just share your screen.
Okay.
Don't, it's faster for me to have you to see what's happening than to have you try to figure it out. Then you'll be behind and you won't see the next step. So
I
just,
know,
yeah.
I got lost there.
Yeah, no, but that's why I just shared. I'll walk you through it and then you can
Okay.
do it.
I hate to do this to everybody. That's why I just hate to do this. So,
So
We've all
it's-
been there.
Yeah, we all learn from it.
I know, but I'd rather just like catch up later or whatever. So,
Right, no. So go
okay, I
back
was in
to-
Bridge and I clicked it. And
Okay,
then I
but go
right click
go back
it
to
and I
Photoshop.
don't
What do
see,
you, hold on. Go back to Photoshop. I need to see what you have open and where you're at. So for Photoshop first.
I have all this old stuff
You
in
have
here.
this one, vintage and vintage. So you have nothing. Okay, got it. Okay, go back to Bridge. Select one, select the other. And now go up to, yeah, but you're in, you know what? Here's the problem. And leave for a second. Go ahead and click somewhere else so that this whole thing disappears. Like click out there. The problem, you guys, and I'm just trying to make a circle around it, is that this one has already been processed in Photoshop and made super resolution or whatever we did. You know what I mean, you guys? So this image, when it opens up right now, it wants to open, it'll want to open as a RAW, because even though it's a JPEG, it's a JPEG image, it has been processed by RAW. You see what I mean? So the image she's going to open up is going to be double the size of what we have when we did this assignment. When we first opened this up in 2 layers, it's the one that I'm working on. When she opens this up, it'll be already double the size. Does that make sense? Okay, so just wanting to say, because this one is the one that we just did the work on, and since we did it on the same one. So, okay, so now click on this one. Then hold down you're in a PC,
Control,
so
yeah.
Control key and click on this one. Now go up to Tools. Way up here, way up there. You might have some tools in the way.
Oh, is that where tool? Oh, up there, okay.
Tools, yeah. And go down to Photoshop.
Okay, I forgot to go to the
And
tools
choose
Photoshop.
load files into Photoshop layers. 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. There.
Yeah, okay. Up there, that's where, I was just trying to catch up because I killed everything in Photoshop.
Whoa.
So when you put your select people on top, go ahead and do that now. Yours is already much bigger. Because, got it? You already made it much bigger. Does that make sense?
Right, and I know my background removers worked before. You want me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead. But what I'm saying is you might not need to do this, so to say, because you're opening one that's big. Oh, it didn't work as well, did it? But never mind, just grab it down. Go
Residual.
ahead and drag it down into the place kind of where we would be standing. Ish. And it looks like you could still probably make it a bit bigger. You could, if you push it back, it would be normal, but you might still be able to make it a bit bigger and still have it be good. But you know what I mean, guys, by the fact that, oh, no, stop. No, stop instantly. Listen to what I'm about to say. Immediately either hit escape, or say cancel. So when I say cancel is over here. So either say cancel there or hit escape. This is very important, you guys. This is why I went like, stop. Karen has from the beginning been working with her main tool here has been set in show transform controls, and haven't corrected her because there's so many other things happening. At the very beginning of the first final class, I told you, please make sure to turn these off because otherwise you have them on all the time. When you select a layer, those tools are there. And it was so tempting, and she just did it. She went and stretched one corner to make it bigger. That's what we don't want to do. Yes, does it work? Did it make it bigger? Yes, but the tool that does that doesn't operate anywhere near as well as these tools that I'm teaching you right now, and it's always going to give you a pixelated bad result. Does that make sense? You want to use them to go smaller, but you don't want to use them to go any bigger ever, okay? So don't do the transform. The transform is a tool to transform things to make them bigger and smaller. They are nowhere near as sophisticated as what I'm showing you right now, the engine that runs it. So when you make something a little bit bigger, a little bit here and there to adjust it for something, that's fine, like a titch. But other than that, only use the transform to go smaller. Don't use the transform to go bigger, okay? So in order to go, if you want to go any bigger on this, we're going to have to do what we're going to do next, which is what we were about to do with everyone else. Only you have much less to go because yours is already in the right place. And in fact, if you just move it, and this is why I didn't want, so many people grab the transform tools to move things, which is what I think you were trying to do. I think you were trying to move it, but since you grabbed the transform tools, it got bigger. Now you can move it cleanly. If you move it a little bit further back and then crop in, then the people look the right size for that path. You know what I mean? Because they're already bigger. For the rest of us, these people are really tiny already. But that's okay. You're just one step ahead. So I'm going to stop your share. So yes, Sharon.
Okay, so I kind of followed Karen because I had to redo, and so okay, I'm gonna share my screen. That way I can catch up.
Mhm.
All right, here's where I am.
Let's see.
So I remember hearing you say you have to apply right here.
Yeah. So
You
apply that layer,
apply layer mask.
layer mask.
Okay.
Mhm. And now we're going to go and do the neural filter to make it be bigger. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to see how it handles once, and I haven't done that yet. So if you're doing that right now, you're doing what the rest of us are going to do. I only interrupted him because I wanted to help people. But what I want everyone to do right now is to apply the neural filter because we're going to start seeing how the two neural filters work. I'm going to stop your share because you're in the step that I'm going to do next with everyone, and I'm going to share my own screen. So guys, let's go into this image. As you saw, mine is smaller proportionally, much smaller proportionally than Sharon's or Karen's because they opened it from the version where we already made it bigger, which is fine. So now I'm going to get rid of this first, apply that layer mask. Now I'm going to make it into a smart filter, which is, I think, where I had left you guys. And now let's go to filter, neural filter. And let's go to super zoom. But this time, this one does have a ton of artifacts. So I'm going to click on remove JPEG artifacts. And then I'm going to go ahead and say plus on time. Let's see how big it gets. And this is a much bigger file. Before on the vintage file, we were working with a tiny file, but here we're working with a file that in the background is really, really big. So it's taking a lot more time. You see that? And so for some of you guys, it might work or not, depending when we're connected on Zoom. Even me running Zoom on a fast computer, it's going really slow. And I might need to make it go even bigger than 2x, but we'll see. And if not, I'll just stop at 2x because I want to give it a try. And we're almost done with the class. So before we go, I really, really to give it that harmonized beta a try in class. Hello. All right. That doesn't seem to be.
When I added remove JPEG artifacts, it really slowed it down.
Yeah. Because so let's zoom in to see at 100% what's happening. quality wise. And I'm going to go even bigger than 100%. But look at her legs. Remember all those weird little JPEG artifacts? It's amazing how much it cleaned it up. Can you tell? It was, and I kind of made the joke of cellulitis because it looked so bad there on her legs. But in general, I remember his glasses were all a haze of JPEG artifacts. And I don't want to turn it on and off because we saw how long it took. But his nose here still is a little bit very weird. There's like something going on there. My teeth are a little bit bizarre, but for the most part, it did a pretty good job. Not going to say it's perfect, but it's pretty good. And if you don't remember what it looked like before, we'll look at it. We can just do it before and after later. Yeah, and for now, let's say that's good. Let me say okay to that, and it'll come out in a new layer. So let's see if we can look at the before and after for a second. I'm going to zoom in to 100%. And then I'm going to go to 200%. And then the original one, we go to a few 100%. I'm looking at the small one, okay? This one here, zoom in. Look at all the stuff that was on the edges of her shorts. You see that? On the edges of her arms. All that is JPEG artifacts. You see that? Look at what I meant about the glasses that have all that junk in there. Okay. When you go to the new one, look at it's smooth. There's no junk in there. Look at her arms. There's all that junk has been smoothed out. All that stuff on her legs has been smoothed out. Now I'm looking at this at 600%. So you're still seeing that quality. But if I go back down to 100%, it's so much better. And that's because it wasn't just the super resolution, which is the only thing that we got with the smart filter. It's because we used the neural filter that also took care of the JPEG artifacts. Does that make sense? So this one is the neural filter. And let me just say neural super zoom minus JPEG artifacts, so to say. That's this solution. And in comparison, like these people, when I stretch them out, say with the transform, hold on. It's just a transform. So if I look at this with just a transform in comparison, I still have all those JPEG artifacts on them versus the super resolution one. And I can't, you guys have to do your own testing, but I assure you, this is the transform version and this is the super resolution one. Just watch. The one that's in front is a separate super resolution. Let me just go to these guys' eyeglasses. Here's the super resolution one. And here's the transform. Can you see the quality difference? Like, I don't know if it's enough, it shows in the video, but look at his glasses. That's the one that we used with a super zoom. This is the one where we just transformed without JPEG artifacts taken care of. Can you see it or not? I'm not getting nods or yeses because I didn't have you give me feedback. Here we go. Let me get even closer. So it looks weird because it's at 500%, but these are her legs with super zoom, and these are her legs with just a transform. You see how much lesser of a tool it is in quality? There to there. Is that a yes or is it an absolute? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can see it on you. I'm sorry. I can see it on yours, but mine is still generating.
Okay. So this here is the result of the super zoom. That is the result of I had just transformed it with the transform tool. Keeping it keeps all the JPEG artifacts. Does that make sense? So my face isn't perfect in the new one, so but
Hey, Diana, could I ask you a question?
yeah.
See how like in your middle image there, it's select people. I told it to add a neural filter, but what it wound up doing is creating a whole separate file called Untitled 2, and then I tried it again and it was Untitled 3.
Okay.
And it's not doing, you
when-
know how yours added the
So when you did the neural filters,
Mhm.
when you did the super zoom, I asked it to export as a new layer instead of as a new document. You probably left it in new document version.
Oh,
So you
okay.
created a new document, and I didn't emphasize that since the last one I did was new layer. It's how do you call it? It
Okay, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. I got you. I can do it. I can do it again and I'll look for that. Yeah.
Sorry. I should have emphasized that. Yeah, Rebecca?
I did it as a new layer, but my new layer, layer 1, has nothing on it. So what did I do wrong?
I don't know. Give me 1 second. I'll stay and help you, but I'm just really curious. I'm gonna add, and I'm telling you that it's not the best of examples because I have not done this, but I am really curious to see, to show you how you can play with this. This is a non-downloaded filter. So it says beta. So if I want to try it, I'm going to click on this little cloud to download it first. And once it's downloaded, and I'm just showing you this so you know it's not, now it's going to try. So what I'm going to want it to do this one. And since I probably have too many layers. I need to have only 2 layers for it to work. So let me actually do this. I'm going to get rid of that. This is my super zoom. Yeah. I'm going to save that for a second. Super zoom test. And I'm trying to do this really quickly because I know some people have to go. And then show you how the harmonized does or doesn't work. I'm gonna get rid of that, and then I won't save so I don't lose everything. And I'm gonna do convert version filters. And by the way, let's put this, it's gonna make it look much more realistic if I can. I'm gonna crop this down a little bit because at this point, that's the right ratio-ish about for those people for this to look about real. So I just cropped it a bit because I don't have the time to. I'm gonna go to 100%. And that kind of looks like they're there, except for the light. And let's see how well it works on the light. Neural filters and harmonize. So the reference image is the flower path. And now
Is that going to change the light on the flower path or on you guys?
reference image. So now, which one is it? Yeah, it's giving more shadow to that one versus the other way around. I thought I had reference image was so it's making the background be a bit more sunny, which I don't think. So let me cancel that and let's start it again. And let's say that the reference image, let me cancel. You know what? I probably shouldn't be testing it out with you guys. I would have assumed the reference image was, but it's not letting me choose the other one, huh?
Mhm.
Or do I need to have it selected? Huh. All right. Clearly, I thought it would be something that would be easy to test because last time it let me choose the people. Now it's not letting me choose the people. Is it because I turned it into a
A smart object.
yeah, so let me, and now I'm curious, maybe that's what happened. So I unturned this and I turned it off. And neural filter. Nope, it still is only letting me choose that one. And I can't tell. I have to admit, I can't tell. No, it changed the people. I was like, which one is it? Changed the people. So that's the before. And this is the after. So it did change the light a bit, but it's not, it changed the color of the light. Like it made the color of the light match better. See how it does match better, but it didn't change the direction of the light. Yeah, because this is very white and blue, and that is not, and so it made it much warmer. Anyway, so whatever. I'm gonna explore the harmonize a bit more, so you guys don't have to to wait around for that one. But what I will do is I'll stop and I'll help people with their questions now. I was just curious about that one. Play it around with two things that have very different color lighting and see how it does. It seems like it's more about the color lighting and not the direction of the lighting, but from what I had heard, it also does things like shadows and stuff. So now I'm curious. I don't know. Okay. It's time for you guys to leave if you need to leave. Put things on Padlet, ask me questions, and then yes, was it Gerard who was asking me something that I said, hang on, give me a minute? Was it Mike? I suppose one of you guys or Sri. Which guy said
Yeah,
that?
no, you answered mine.
Oh, I
I
did.
was, yeah. No, I was opening as it was saving as a new document rather than as a layer.
Okay, but now someone else said something that I said, give me a sec.
I was saving layers, but there was nothing on them, and I'm
Oh, it was you then, Rebecca. It wasn't one of the guys. All right, so go ahead and share your screen and let's see what's happening. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna help people with this. I'm happy. I'm exploring in a bit, so to say. So I'm kind of curious. So I'm happy to stay a little bit longer, because I was exploring the harmonized thing. But if you have any questions, just put things on Padlet and test it out yourselves. Bring some photos that don't match in size and see how it works. All right. So
I was going to go
Thank you.
back to there's where I converted it to a smart object. Maybe that was the
Right.
problem.
No, I don't know. That was me testing, but it didn't make a difference. And it would be weird because if you don't do it as smart object, so no, convert it back to a smart object. Go back to converting it to a smart object. So you
Well,
can,
if I go back to, you can see where my layers are, there's nothing on them.
yeah, but that we don't know what happened there. So you need to go before that. You know, go ahead, go back to where you were right there, convert for smart object. Okay, and now let's go up to neural filters and do it again. Let's see why that wasn't working for you. By the way, hold on. Where
Oh.
are the people? There they are. They're really tiny down there. Okay. So go to super zoom. Are you selecting the right layers? What I wanted to check.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. You're on the right layer. Okay, so go ahead and enhance it twice. Don't do the remove JPEG artifacts for now, just so that it's,
Because that's so slow.
yeah, so just do it that way, just to see if it works. That's all.
And it's still really slow.
Yeah, but it'll be much better when you're not sharing on Zoom. Because this does use the cloud. This goes up and uses the cloud's processing power.
Mhm.
Adobe Cloud. And so really being on Zoom and on top of that, sharing your screen makes it even slower.
Okay, done.
Okay, so now it says new layer. Let's say okay, and let's see.
And if I do that, the people go away?
Might have gone outside. Go ahead and do command minus, minus, minus. Command minus, minus, minus. Go ahead and turn off the bottom one because the bottom one's the one
Oh,
that
there it is.
they're over there.
See that?
Yeah, just drag them in. That's why.
Ah,
Times because of the position and you had them down there, it just converted it up higher. So there you go. That's why I said
okay.
command minus. It's there, but it's
So they were there, but they were not in that frame.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Shelly, are you still there? Can you hear me? Oh, she just left. Okay. No
Got it.
All right. So there you go. It was there. It was just
It was there. It was just
yeah,
new tricks every time.
every time.
Thank you.
All right.
That is really wild.
Anything else? Anyone else? I'm curious. I'm gonna play more with that harmonized because I know it's in beta format, but I've seen and sampled with sample. I've done it with sample images that people have shared, like try this, do that, and it was amazing. And I'm like, okay, did they choose the right image for it to work? Is this not the right image? So I need to test it again because it was pretty, it did correct the lighting color, but it didn't change where the lighting's coming from, which I have seen it do in some of the examples. So I need to go and play with that. Anyway, for now, have fun.
Deanna,
Would like to learn a little more about changing where the light comes from. I understand.
And you know, wait, you know what I'm just suddenly thinking? Because the harmonized tool that they're talking about is in the Photoshop beta version. Maybe it's not a neural filter. And that this is as far as it's gotten with the neural filter. And the one that they're coming out with can also move light around. That's what I'm
That
saying.
would be so cool.
And that might be why.
Well, I'm at the point there where I've got select people, but I don't know how you activated it. I've got harmonized, select people JPEG. And how do I get it to?
Oh, yep, I'm right. I'm right. Sorry. I wasn't listening to you for a second. I went back to this tutorial that I was following yesterday about the harmonize. It's coming from a whole different place. You have to turn on the set in preferences, turn on current processing, and then it appears in your toolbar. It's a totally different tool. So probably what they've been doing is they've been testing it out here in the neural filters, and this is as far as it goes. And now they're creating that tool that people liked, and they're making it much more powerful. And yeah, it's in the photo. I thought it was in Photoshop beta. I was supposed to see it there in the neural filters. Okay, that's why it didn't work as amazing as I wanted to. Still, it did correct the color of the lighting, which was great. But it can do more when the tool comes out. So, Rebecca,
Photoshop's not a beta program.
no, we have the regular version, but you can go to Creative Cloud and download the beta program. Problem with the beta program is that unless you're good at testing stuff, it could have problems. It could have bugs. It could ruin your computer or not. You don't know. So I would, some people download the beta version and use all the beta features. I'm like, I'm happy to wait until it comes out
Yeah, me too.
before I use it. Yeah. So, Rebecca, you were trying to say something that I said, wait, let me just check. So you were saying something?
I was trying to how to activate it, and what I did is I turned the brightness down. You have better eyes than I do.
Well, you're
right?
not sharing, so I don't see.
Okay, I'll share.
Mhm. Okay, so you were saying?
I turned, this is the one that adjusted, so I made it less bright.
Okay. How did you make it less bright? Because I don't see it.
There was a whole line of options. in the
Harmonized tool, you made it less bright?
yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to tell. Like
Well, you can't tell right now if you turn it on and off because you have one on top of the other. So turn the other eyeballs off for a second. Yeah, and then, well, the bottom one is the one that's not harmonized, right? Although it's smaller.
this is the one that's not harmonized.
Yeah, so.
Or this one's not harmonized, but this one is.
Oh, okay, so then turn it on and off. Get zoom, go to 100% so we can see the faces up closer. Okay, and now turn one on. No, the bottom one you can't turn on off because we won't see it. You have to turn the top one on and off. You're right. The front one, I'm looking at the guys next to me, his cheeks. And when you turn one on and off, his cheeks look a tad different. No, that doesn't help at all because he's hiding. You have to turn that one off. Yeah, off.
That's the non-harmonized. And
It's a
should
tad.
I move him
Mine,
up?
mine shows a lot of difference. Yours barely shows any difference. Let me see.
So now they're both on. Okay, that's harmonized,
Oh, layer
Not
one.
not
which one
harmonized.
is
So I
on?
think, yeah, there is a difference. I didn't change it a whole lot, but there is a difference.
It's a tiny difference. Mine is a big difference. Let me show you mine. And I just went with the automatic. I didn't go with any special, but in mine, there's a,
I
well-
didn't see auto.
well,
Yeah.
here's mine. And between this is harmonized, this is not. So see how the
Oh, yeah, look at the shirt.
color changes.
Big changes.
Yeah, the color changes quite a bit. Of course, you end up with more hair because you're seeing two at a time, but that's not the point. Yeah. So mine does a big color change, so I don't know what yours did, but anyway,
Well, I didn't move it enough to make it like when you're doing the demonstrations, you really go for the extreme so people can see what it's doing. But
So I'm gonna save this, by the way. Super zoom and
you know what it looks like? It looks like his t-shirt's older.
and harmonized test. Here we go. So I'm saving it for that.
I'll
Yeah,
do the screenshot so you can see the
okay.
It's more noticeable on clothes.
It is, yeah. Well, on white in particular because it looks more dirty, right?
Yeah.
And other things it's more subtle. Anyway, whew, sorry. Whew.
Yeah. See you Monday.
Bye. Thanks,
Diana?
Jinsu, for joining us. Yes.
I believe Colette was the one who showed up momentarily. She was driving. I think she was Colette, right? Do
I
you
hope
guys
so.
remember?
I was sharing and I couldn't
Yeah.
see her, so thank you. Thank
Becca, right? It was Colette.
And I'm gonna write it down here so I remember. It was Colette who showed up on the iPhone. Okay. And oh God, I didn't even write that too well, did I?
Diane, this is much more than introduction to Photoshop.
I know, but
It's great. It's
You
great.
weren't here.
I'm gonna have to watch the video a couple
I was
times.
gonna say you weren't here. What I mentioned is that I kind of speak to the crowd, and a bit earlier I was talking about how I modify it, and everyone here was experienced except for a couple people, and they were fast, like they were getting it. They weren't like floundering. So I've just been playing around with some more fun stuff.
Oh, it's great. I'm gonna have to go
It's
back.
totally
and
new,
watch.
and they're
That's
floundering.
what I'll be doing all weekend.
Yeah. But the afternoon class that I'm teaching, or the evening class that I'm teaching starting next Monday, I'm going to read the room again and see what I can do. But because I don't want to bore people with the basics if they're beyond basics, but I also don't want to have people flailing around. So I need to find a good, then I teach stuff where I get the basics, but I also try to speak to the other people. But this time I just went for other stuff. I mean, I need to keep my brain excited too. So, and show you guys some way to keep progressing, you know.
On
So
my
anyway.
post, you look like a bunch of twins.
Oh, everyone thinks that because it's so funny. These are friends. None of these are relatives or husband or anything. These are just friends in Spain. And in some photos, the guy who has a baseball cap to my left side also has curly hair. And there's some photos where I'm standing with these two that are to my two sides without his cap. And people are like, are those your brothers? And I'm like, no. It's just we all had this really wild curly hair. Not in this photo. It's only the guy to one side of me, but the other guy that's now his curls are contained. It looks even more like my hair than me. And it was like, did you go with family members? Like, no, no, no. They just happen to look like me. These people, the guy who's been my friend for eons is on the right side, there's the woman and a guy. So the guy of that couple I've been friends with for, 30 years, and he's from Spain. And then I introduced him to my friend, who's the woman who's there, about 15 years ago, and now they're married. So they were both my friends, but the guy was my friend for eons before. And then he's from Spain. And so when I was in Spain, he said, well, I know you're doing the Camino, but I'm gonna go sailing with some friends to Ibiza. Do you want to come? And I'm like, well, of course. So I went over, interrupted, had a little vacation, and went over there. And this is a photo of when we were hiking to a lighthouse, but we actually were on a boat. We had sailed, and it was amazing. It was just gorgeous. And so this was some of these were my friend's sister is the one who's friends with all these guys, and she was on the boat. They invited me, and there was another woman, but her ankle was hurt. So there's two other women there, but they stayed behind because their ankles were hurt. And then these were the guys and one crew member. So it was 9 of us or whatever that spent an amazing 4 days sailing all the way all over the
Oh,
place.
how nice.
Yeah. This path has nothing to do with that. This path is a path in New York. I just put them together here, but it's not at all that trip. But anyway, yeah, had a great time. So this was my.
Should we save this photo or
I saved it as super zoom and harmonized test. Yeah.
okay.
Just keep playing with it, do stuff. And I was gonna, on the bottom one, there's a lot of lighting that can be changed. Like this bottom one, I was gonna let me go for a second to make it better. I was gonna go up to, I'm just gonna show you, and I'm gonna show it here since there's a good dehaze filter in effects that I was gonna dehaze. See how all that hazy stuff has gone away. So it's a bit easier now to believe it. I've got some color issues going on there, but it's a bit easier to believe it as the right lighting. See there? Because before it was so hazy it didn't match, but now it could be that we have some hitting us and not really, because the sun is coming sideways and the shadows would be different, but it's matching even better than before. This is before. And now it's after where it's more intense. Anyway, all right, have some fun there, you guys. And
Or it could be Santa Barbara and the fog is just on its way in.
yeah, exactly. It's coming in, and you still have some. If the light were coming from here, that would be possible. But the light's coming from back there, and you would see something on these trees.
You'd have to just clean that one section up.
Cloud right there. It's kind of weird, yeah, but otherwise it would be okay. Anyway, all right, guys. I'll
Thank
see you on Friday. And for some of you guys who will be in my Monday and Wednesday class, then I'll see you on Monday.
Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.